An account of the system of the world described in Mr. Newton's Mathematical Principles of Philosophy. By Sir Isaac Newton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An account of the system of the world described in Mr. Newton's Mathematical Principles of Philosophy. 1. Scripture abused to prove the immovableness of the globe of the earth. In determining the true system of the world, the main question is whether the earth do rest or be moved. For deciding this, some bring texts of Scripture, but in my opinion misinterpreted, the Scriptures speaking not in the language of astronomers, as they think, but in that of the common people to whom they were written. So where 'tis said that God hath made the round world so fast that it cannot be moved, the prophet intended not to teach mathematicians the spherical figure and immovableness of the whole earth and sea in the heavens, but to tell the vulgar in their own dialect that God had made the great continent of Asia, Europe, and Africa so fast upon its foundations in the great ocean that it cannot be moved therein after the manner of a floating island. For this continent was the whole habitable world anciently known, and by the ancient Eastern nations was accounted round or circular, as was also the sea encompassing it. And this earth and sea they accounted flat, as if the sun, moon, and stars ascended out of the ocean at their rising, and went down into it again at their setting. This continent is the world or earth usually mentioned in Scripture, and there described to be broad and to have end or borders, that is, circular ones, whose centres some placed in Egypt, others at Delphos, others at Jerusalem. And this world the prophets consider as established in the ocean upon sure and immovable foundations at the first creation. The heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, that is, in the midst of the ocean like an island, by the word of God. Second Book of Peter, chapter 3, verse 5. Thou, Lord, in the beginning hast laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the work of thine hands. Psalm 102, verse 25. Proverbs 8, verse 29. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding, who hath laid the measures thereof, or who hath stretched the line over it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fixed, or who hath laid the cornerstone thereof, when the stars of the morning praised me together, etc. Job chapter 38, verse 4. The earth is the Lord's, and all that therein is the compass of the world, and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Psalm 24, verse 1 and 2, and Psalm 136, verse 6. Thou hast laid the foundation of the round world. Psalm 89, verse 12. When he set a circle upon the face of the deep, that is, formed it circular about the earth. When he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth, then was I by him. Proverbs chapter 8, verse 27-29. He laid the foundations of the earth that it never should move at any time. Thou encompassedst it with the deep like as with a garment. Psalm 104, verse 5. So then the round world spoken of in Scriptures is such a world as hath foundations, and is founded in the waters, and by consequence 'tis not the whole globe of the earth and sea, but only the habitable dry land. For the whole globe hath no foundations, but this habitable world is founded in the seas. And since this world by reason of the firmness of its foundations is said in Scripture to be immovable, this immovableness cannot be of the whole globe together, but only of its parts one amongst another, and signifies nothing more than that those parts are firmly compacted together, so that the dry land or continent of Europe, Asia, and Africa cannot be moved upon the main body of the globe on which 'tis founded. For this immovableness of the earth is opposite to that its motion spoken of in Job. He removeth the mountains, and they feel not when he overthroweth them in his wrath. He removeth the earth out of her place, that the pillars thereof do shake. Job chapter 9, verse 6. 2. Mathematics abused to prove the globe of the earth immovable. There is another sort of arguments against the motion of the whole earth taken from our senses, as if the earth could not be moved without our being many ways sensible of its motion. But this way of arguing proceeds from want of skill and judgment in mathematical things, and therefore is insisted upon only by the common people and such mathematicians as understand not so much as the principles of mechanics. Were the earth moved unevenly by jogs, such motion would be easily perceived, but an even motion such as the earth's is supposed ought to be imperceptible. For any system of bodies, the motions of the bodies one amongst another are the same whether the system rest or be moved on uniformly, as is mathematically demonstrable. So the motions of all things in a ship are found the same whether the ship rest or be under sail. In both cases things fall perpendicularly down by the mast, and projectiles fly alike towards all quarters. Nor can a blinded mariner tell whether the ship move fast or slow or not at all. And there is the same reason of the system of the earth, sea, and air, with the things therein. We cannot tell by our senses whether they all rest or move on evenly together. 3. Accurate skill in geometry and mechanics requisite to decide the question. Such arguments as these being insufficient to determine the question, 'tis fit we should lay aside these and the like vulgar prejudice, and have recourse to some strict and proper way of reasoning. Now the question being about motion is a mathematical one, and therefore requires skill in mathematics to decide it. And seeing it is difficulter to argue demonstratively about magnitude and motion together than about magnitude alone, there is greater still required here than in pure geometry, so that none but able mathematicians may pretend to be competent judges of this matter. The great difficulty of this part of mathematics seems to be the reason that the ancients made but little progress in it. In this last age, since the revival and advancement of these studies, some able mathematicians as Galileo and Hugenius have carried it on further than the ancients did. Mr. Newton, to advance it far enough for his purpose, has spent the 2 first of his 3 books in demonstrating new propositions about the force and motion before he begins to consider the system of the world. Then in his 3rd book he teaches that system from the propositions demonstrated in the 2 first. The design of this paper is to give you an account of this system, and refer you to the demonstrations thereof, to the book itself, or to the judgment of such mathematicians as have perused it. End of An Account of the System of the World described in Mr. Newton's Mathematical Principles of Philosophy, by Sir Isaac Newton. Read by Avai in February 2016.
And Cocoa Recipes by Miss Parloa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chocolate and Cocoa Recipes by Miss Parloa. Chocolate Layer Cake. Beat half a cupful of butter to a cream, and gradually beat into it 1 cupful of sugar. When this is light, beat in half a cupful of milk a little at a time, and 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Beat the whites of 6 eggs to a stiff froth. Mix half a teaspoonful of baking powder with 2 scant cupfuls of sifted flour. Stir the flour and whites of eggs alternately into the mixture. Have 3 deep tin plates well buttered, and spread 2/3 of the batter in 2 of them. Into the remaining batter stir 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, melted, and spread this batter in the 3rd plate. Bake the cakes in a moderate oven for about 20 minutes. Put a layer of white cake on a large plate and spread with white icing. Put the dark cake on this and also spread with white icing. On this put the third cake, spread with chocolate icing. To make the icing, put into a granite-ware saucepan 2 gills of sugar and 1 of water, and boil gently until bubbles begin to come from the bottom, say about 5 minutes. Take from the fire instantly. Do not stir or shake the sugar while it is cooking. Pour the hot syrup in a thin stream into the whites of 2 eggs that have been beaten to a stiff froth, beating the mixture all the time. Continue to beat until the icing is thick. Flavor with 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Use 2/3 of this as a white icing, and to the remaining third add 1 ounce of melted chocolate. To melt the chocolate, shave it fine and put in a cup, which is then to be placed in a pan of boiling water. Chocolate ice cream. For about 2 quarts and a half of cream, use 1.5 pints of milk, 1 quart of thin cream, 2 cupfuls of sugar, 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, 2 eggs, and 2 heaping tablespoonfuls of flour. Put the milk on to boil in a double boiler. Put the flour and 1 cupful of the sugar in a bowl, add the eggs, and beat the mixture until light. Stir this into the boiling milk and cook for 20 minutes, stirring often. Scrape the chocolate and put it in a small saucepan. Add 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar, which should be taken from the second cupful, and 2 tablespoonfuls of hot water. Stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy. Add this to the cooking mixture. When the preparation has cooked for 20 minutes, take it from the fire and add the remainder of the sugar and the cream, which should be gradually beaten into the hot mixture. Set away to cool, and when cold, freeze. End of Chocolate and Cocoa Recipes by Miss Parloa.
Of Liberty and of Moral Agency by Jonathan Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The plain and obvious meaning of the words freedom and liberty in common speech is power, opportunity, or advantage that anyone has to do as he pleases. Or, in other words, his being free from hindrance or impediment in the way of doing or conducting in any respect as he wills. And the contrary to liberty, whatever name we call that by, is a person's being hindered or unable to conduct as he will, or being necessitated to do otherwise. If this which I have mentioned be the meaning of the word liberty in the ordinary use of language, as I trust that none that has ever learned to talk and is unprejudiced will deny, then it will follow that in propriety of speech neither liberty nor its contrary can properly be ascribed to any being or thing, but that which has such a faculty, power, or property as is called will. For that which is possessed of no such thing as will cannot have any power or opportunity of doing according to its will, nor be necessitated to act contrary to its will, nor be restrained from acting agreeably to it. And therefore to talk of liberty or the contrary as belonging to the very will itself is not to speak good sense, if we judge of sense and nonsense by the original and proper signification of words. For the will itself is not an agent that has a will, and the power of choosing itself has not a power of choosing. That which has the power of volition or choice is the man or the soul, and not the power of volition itself. And he that has the liberty of doing according to his will is the agent or doer who is possessed of the will, and not the will which he is possessed of. We say with propriety that a bird let loose has power and liberty to fly, but not that the bird's power of flying has a power and liberty of flying. To be free is the property of an agent who is possessed of powers and faculties as much as to be cunning, valiant, bountiful, or zealous. But these qualities are the properties of men or persons, and not the properties of properties. There are two things that are contrary to this, which is called liberty in common speech. One is constraint. The same is otherwise called force, compulsion, and coaction, which is a person's being necessitated to do a thing contrary to his will. The other is restraint, which is his being hindered and not having power to do according to his will. But that which has no will cannot be the subject of these things. I need say the less on this head, Mr. Locke having set the same thing forth with so great clearness in his Essay on the Human Understanding. But one thing more I would observe concerning what is vulgarly called liberty, namely, that power and opportunity for one to do and conduct as he will, or according to his choice, is all that is meant by it, without taking into the meaning of the word anything of the cause or original of that choice, or at all considering how the person came to have such a volition, whether it was caused by some external motive or internal habitual bias, whether it was determined by some internal antecedent volition, or whether it happened without a cause, whether it was necessarily connected with something foregoing, or not connected. Let the person come by his volition or choice how he will, yet if he is able, and there is nothing in the way to hinder his perusing and executing his will, the man is fully and perfectly free, according to the primary and common notion of freedom. What has been said may be sufficient to show what is meant by liberty, according to the common notions of mankind, and in the usual and primary acceptation of the word. But the word used by Arminians, Pelagians, and others who oppose the Calvinists has an entirely different signification. These several things belong to their notion of liberty. 1. That it consists in a self-determining power in the will, or a certain sovereignty the will has over itself and its own acts, whereby it determines its own volition, so as not to be dependent in its determinations on any cause without itself, nor determined by anything prior to its own acts. 2. Indifference belongs to liberty in their notion of it, of that the mind, previous to the act of volition, be in equilibrio. 3. Contingence is another thing that belongs and is essential to it, not in the common acceptation of the word, as that has been already explained, but as opposed to all necessity, or any fixed and certain connection with some previous ground of reason of its existence. They suppose the essence of liberty so much to consist in these things, that unless the will of man be free in this sense, he has no real freedom, how much soever he may be at liberty to act according to his will. A moral agent is a being that is capable of those actions that have a moral quality, and which can properly be denominated good or evil in a moral sense, virtuous or vicious, commendable or faulty. To moral agency belongs a moral faculty, or sense of moral good and evil, or of such a thing as desert or worldliness, or praise or blame, reward or punishment, and a capacity which an agent has of being influenced in his actions by moral inducements or motives, exhibited to the view of understanding and reason, to engage to a conduct agreeable to the moral faculty. The sun is very excellent and beneficial in its action and influence on the earth, in warming it and causing to bring forth its fruit, but it is not a moral agent. Its action, though good, is not virtuous or meritorious. Fire that breaks out in a city and consumes great part of it is very mischievous in its operation, but it is not a moral agent. What it does is not faulty or sinful or deserving of any punishment. The brute creatures are not moral agents. The actions of some of them are very profitable and pleasant, others are very hurtful. Yet, seeing they have no moral faculty or sense of desert, and do not act from choice guided by understanding, or with a capacity of reasoning and reflecting, but only from instinct, and are not capable of being influenced by moral inducements, their actions are not properly sinful or virtuous, nor are they properly the subjects of any such moral treatment for what they do, as moral agents are for their faults or good deeds. Here it may be noted that there is a circumstantial difference between the moral agency of a ruler and a subject. I call it circumstantial because it lies only in the difference of moral inducements they are capable of being influenced by, arising from the difference of circumstances. A ruler acting in that capacity only is not capable of being influenced by a moral law and its sanctions of threatenings and promises, rewards and punishments, as a subject is, though both may be influenced by a knowledge of moral good and evil, and therefore the moral agency of the Supreme Being, who acts only in the capacity of a ruler towards his creatures and never as a subject, differs in that respect from the moral agency of created intelligent beings. God's actions, and particularly those he exerts as a moral governor, have moral qualifications, are morally good in the highest degree. They are most perfectly holy and righteous, and we must conceive of him as influenced in the highest degree by that which above all others is properly a moral inducement, namely, the moral good which he sees in such and such things, and therefore he is in the most proper sense a moral agent, the source of all moral ability and agency, the fountain and rule of all virtue and moral good, though by reason of his being supreme over all, it is not possible he should be under the influence of law, or command, promises or threatenings, rewards or punishments, counsels or warnings. The essential qualities of a moral agent are in God, in the greatest possible perfection. Such an understanding, to perceive the difference between moral good and evil, a capacity of discerning that moral worthiness and demerit by which some things are praiseworthy, others deserving of blame and punishment, and also a capacity of choice, and choice guided by understanding and a power of acting according to his choice or pleasure, and being capable of doing those things which are in the highest sense praiseworthy. And herein does very much consist that image of God, wherein he made man, which we read in Genesis 1:26 and 27, and chapters 9, verse 6, by which God distinguished man from the beasts, namely, in those faculties and principles of nature whereby he is capable of moral agency. Herein very much consists the natural image of God, as his spiritual and moral image, wherein man was made at first, consisted in that moral excellency that he was endowed with. Concerning the notion of liberty and of moral agency, by Jonathan Edwards, 1703 to 1758.
1908 by L. Roy Terwilliger. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Wales. Chapter 1. Superstition and Witchcraft in Cuba. Nowhere will one find such a mass of superstitious customs practiced as in Cuba, especially among the black and mestizos, and even the educated whites, while not admitting their belief in witchcraft, have a wholesome fear of the brujo or witch doctor. It is probable that most of these queer practices were introduced by the blacks who brought their strange beliefs from Africa. The belief in the evil spirit was doubtless the result of their early contact with the aboriginal Cubans who worshipped the devil. Nañoísmo is a form of superstition in which Catholicism and witchcraft are mingled in bewildering confusion. The Society of Naños was first introduced in Cuba in 1836 by a cabildo of the Caraballo nation. Many conjectures as to its origin have been forwarded, but it is most probable that a priest or chief of the African institution called Nanhuita was brought to Cuba as a slave, and here resumed his official character among his enslaved countrymen. The first huijo, or chapter, was founded in Regla and called the Apapa Epi. It was officially sanctioned and licensed by the government. The African order disbelieved in God, and the worship of idols and fetishes prevailed. In fact, was one of the principal causes of the organization of the society. Brujos, or members of the order who were supposed to possess supernatural powers, were consulted in all cases of sickness. Slaveholders claimed that the gente de nacion, imported slaves, refused to be doctored by other means than their own brujos, and corporal punishment was absolutely necessary to overcome their stubbornness. Whites and even mulattoes were at first refused admission to the society, but in 1863 a traitor to the original chapter sold for 20 cents the secrets of the order to a society of white and mulattoes, who by means of the secret passwords and signs gained admittance to the hall where an initiatory session was in process, and demanded that their chapter be recognized by the head huijo. A severe battle was the outcome of this high-handed manner of securing the administration of the initiation rites, but eventually resulted in the formation of the Oculio Naños, an order in which whites and half-castes were admitted. Many Catholic rites were introduced in the new order, which, however, did not entirely displace their belief in their former idols. The Naños about this time began to assume a vicious character, and soon became a serious menace to society. The degenerate whites who became Naños soon displaced the old Negro kings or chiefs, and introduced many new customs, most of which were not to be desired in a civilized country. It is a curious fact that the atavism or reversion of half-breeds almost always result in excesses. Religious dances of an indecent character were introduced, and more revolting rites of initiation installed. Rivalry among the different chiefs sprung up, and dissensions among the various orders soon assumed a bloody aspect. Sanguinary battles among the negroes and half-castes were common every feast day, and resulted in stringent laws being passed against the entire organization. After the entrance of whites and mulattoes in the different orders, the cross became one of the most important symbols of the order. The Great Seal was used only by the head chapter Regla, each district having a different symbol. All initiatory rites were performed by the chief of the district, and the Caraballo tongue was used exclusively. The novice was marked on the forehead with blood in the sign of the cross, on the breast and on the back, after which he was struck several times with a palo mocango, a cane covered with skin and mounted with precious metals. This was to test his courage. Many other ceremonies were practiced. The novice being declared a fit candidate for membership, blood was mixed with aguardiente and drunk by the new member, and a wild scene of revelry wound up the ceremony. Under the severe laws passed, Nañoísmo shrunk to insignificant proportions, and the different chapters were supposed to have been broken up. During the last few years it has been on the increase, the character, however, having somewhat changed. But little can be learned of this society. At present, a recent criminal case brought to light the fact that the very rites of initiation were criminal in their character. A novice in the society must wound some stranger and drink the flowing blood before the last rites are administered. The society is governed by a king, who is represented in each district by a father of the community, or chief doctor, who has at his command the brujos, or conjurers. Santa Barbara, the patron saint of the order, is no less than a savage idol with a Catholic name. There are annual fiestas in honor of this saint, where only members of the society are admitted, but I was fortunate enough to witness from a friendly roof the sacred dance and battle with the devil. Clothed only in long strings of feathers, the brujo, who played the part of leading man, prostrated himself before the sacred image and lighted the sacrificial flames. Goats, black cocks, and other animals were brought forward by the devotees and beheaded. Fruit also was offered. The nature of the sacrifice most acceptable to the mabruja is communicated in advance to each of the saint's followers through the medium of the brujo. It is certain that most of the time the exigencias of the saint do not pass the sacrifice of a fat cock or a goat whose head is consumed by the flames while the father of the community eats the rest of the victim. But cases have presented where the dagger or poison have been ordered to remove some obstruction from the path of private individuals whose money has influenced the saint to decree their death. Sacrificial dances are always at night, and the weird, scantily clad figure of the officiating priest can easily be likened to that of some demon tending the infernal fires. After the sacrifice, the low monotonous moaning of the tom-tom announces that the ball has opened. Twisting his body in painful contortions, the brujo dances about the sacred fire, gaining momentum with each round until at last he resembles a human pinwheel. Now slower and slower he dances, scanning the faces of his fear-stricken followers for a victim, until at last his hypnotic eye fixes upon an aged negress, who falls screaming to earth in convulsed fear. She is possessed of a mabruja, or evil spirit, who has inconsiderately taken possession of the old lady's person without her leave, and the doctor wants to extract it. Apparently the operation becomes painful to the old lady, who would doubtless have much rather been left in quiet possession of his satanic majesty. After much maneuvering, the doctor announces that the mabruja was vanquished and has left his countrywoman, who still sits in comical amazement where she had fallen. To one who has really entered the inner life of the country districts of Cuba, this is no strange sight. One of the most abhorrent practices of witchcraft is the use of love philters, composed of ingredients of a nature too horrible to mention. It is needless to say that this custom is practiced almost solely by the lowest class of society, but in so great respect and fear are its results held, that almost the first advice one receives on arriving in Cuba is to never accept refreshments in a strange house, for fear that they may contain this concoction. Many tales are told of young men who, by means of this drug, have been lured into attachment for women of shady complexion and still more shady reputation. The piedra iman, a sort of lodestone, plays an important part in the practice of witchcraft. Sacrifices of animals are made to this stone, whose absorbent qualities cause it to greedily suck the blood of the victims. In sickness and love, this stone is always in evidence. Are you dying of unrequited love? No need to worry while a dozen old witches are aching for the opportunity of relieving your heart and pocket. For gold, a small stone will be placed in your possession, and if you carefully follow directions, luck will attend your affairs with Cupid. To succeed, it is necessary to secure a strand of hair, pulled, not cut, and the parings of your loved one's nails. These are mixed with steel filings and placed with the stone in a metal box. On Mondays the stone is strictly teetotal and only water may be offered, but as Friday draws near, the god develops a taste for strong liquor, and wine must be given it. Woe betide the mortal who neglects the little god's taste in drinks. Has disease laid its foul hand on your person? No need to worry. Any witch doctor will recommend the following recipe. Rx. 1 pair of half-burned candles, 7 grains of corn, 7 copper pennies, 7 clean pebbles, 1 head of a black cock, 7 pieces glass. Wrap carefully in red cloth. This enclose in black cloth. Over all wrap a large white handkerchief and place in public highway. Await developments. An innocent wayfarer comes down the highway, sees the ownerless package, and gleefully makes off with it. Oh, joy! You are already feeling better, and the one who so fondly imagines he has found a fortune wrapped up in a napkin has only brought down upon his head the load of your disease. Barrenness need no longer bring grief to those who long for the patter of little feet about their home. Secure a white child, and with the help of a brujo extract its heart, and take in small doses. It is impossible to dispute the fact of this and other horrible cannibalistic practices to which the superstitious negroes are addicted. The public can scarcely have forgotten the developments of the noted Gabriel case, when a number of brujos were sentenced to long terms of imprisonment, and one at least received the death penalty. Not only in the greater joys and griefs of life is witchcraft used, but in the petty annoyances of everyday life. The dread combination of sprinkling salt in an old shoe and placing it upon an upturned broom has caused many an unwelcome guest to hasten his departure. Some of the common superstitions are: never twist an empty chair; never read by the light of 2 candles, you are mocking death; a moth flying about you at night means that you are to receive a letter; a match which continues burning after being thrown away will bring you money; a dog scratching the floor of a house is digging his master's grave; he will soon die. If a hearse passes a person twice during the same funeral, he will be its next occupant. Never cross the arms over the head; your mother or nearest relation will die. Never sweep the crumbs from a table with a paper; it will bring disgrace to your family. In former years, when the milkman brought his cows along to town and milked them before your door, there was a curious belief that if a cow bawled in front of a house where a sick person lay, that person would die. If a mass is not said for the repose of a soul, the newly dead will come at night and pull the feet or carry off the blanket of the nearest relation. A black moth flying at night means that there will be a death in the house. Should an eyelash fall, you will receive a visit from a long-forgotten friend. If an owl hoots as it flies over a house, somebody in that house will die. That there is something in witchcraft it is impossible to deny. The fear and reverence in which the brujos are held is far more powerful than their fear of the law, as has been shown in several recent criminal cases. Is it not possible that the something is mesmerism, that the subjects are mesmerized by their own belief in the brujo, or that the brujo himself has acquired the power of hypnotism, though unconscious of the source or nature of this power, a power that makes him different from other men? Superstition is a serious menace to the advancement of Cuba. Chapter 2. The Primitive Inhabitants of Cuba. Fortunately for history, most early Spanish expeditions were accompanied by such observers as Las Casas, Cortes, Gamarra, and Oviedo, who, although differing in minor details and unreliably eulogistic of their own expeditions and leaders, have agreed on their accounts of the habits of the Indians as found at the time of the discovery. Bartolomé Las Casas in particular made a study of the Indians, and insofar as possible sought to relieve their sufferings. Separated by but a narrow stretch of water from the other islands of the West Indies, Cuba was inhabited by an entirely different race of men. The Caribs, who infested the smaller islands, were a warlike tribe of anthropophagi who terrorized the shores of Cuba by frequent and bloody excursions, carrying off many captives for their cannibalistic feasts. The Indians of Cuba were of the Siboneyes tribe, excepting those about Bayamo and Baracoa, who were of the Carib nation. In these 2 localities deformed skulls have been found, identical with those collected at Guadalupe, the principal seat of the Caribs. Several hypotheses have been given of the origin of the Siboney Indians. Some writers claim them as descendants of the Mayas of Yucatan, but Bachiller y Morales disposes this on the radical difference of the characters of the two tribes. With the exception of the Floridians and the Araucanians of Chile, the Siboneyes are unlike all other American Indians. Abbé Don J. Ignatius Molina, writing of the Araucanian about the year 1800, says, "The natives of this part of the New World being of a mild character, much resembling that of the southern Asiatics," and again, "The features of both hill or plain tribes are regular. They have round faces, small animated eyes full of expression, a nose rather flat, a handsome mouth, even and white teeth, muscular and well-shaped limbs, and small flat feet." Of the Siboneyes, Bachiller y Morales says, "They did not present the robust muscularity of the North American Indian, nor did the expression of their faces assume the bloody instincts of the Carib. In color light olive, they were tall, straight-limbed men of peaceful disposition, who lived mainly by the chase and agriculture." On the strength of this resemblance, some writers have concluded that the Siboneyes were descendants of the Araucanians. This disagrees with the traditions of the Siboneyes themselves, who claim to have immigrated from Florida, first driving from the island the males of a nation who were inferior to themselves in number and civilization. Moreover, the Indians of Cuba long had tradition of the wonderful land of Cantio, or Florida. Washington Irving, in his Spanish Voyages of Discovery, says, "The belief of the existence in Florida of a river like that sought by Juan Ponce was long prevalent among the Indians of Cuba, and the Sakiks were anxious to discover it." Geographical conditions would also favor the theory of the Siboneyes coming originally from Florida. Evidence of an earlier race in Cuba has been discovered in the caves of the eastern part of the island. Skulls differing greatly from both those of the Siboneyes and Caribs have been found, as well as stone implements which most authors agree were not used by the Siboneyes. It is probable that the Siboney tradition of their coming originally from Florida is correct. In the time of discovery, Cuba was divided politically into 30 different states as follows: Sabanake, Callahaya, Manebon, Bani, Barahayu, Sagua, Baracoya on the north coast, Hanamano, Huague, Guanahava, Mayon, Omapai, Guanaros, Quebe, Cucanayahani, Macaca, Boyuca, Pahatequiri, and Masi on the south coast, Guanahami, Guanahuanica, Marian, Habana, and Canahueya touching both coasts, Macorejis, Calajon, Bayamo, Maye, and Coayamaj in the interior. Each state was independent and was governed by a king or Sakik who was absolute ruler of the nation. Subject to no laws and holding the power of life and death over his subjects, this power was seldom used arbitrarily, the Sakik appearing more in the role of a father to his people. The subjects of the kingdom were called Tainos, probably signifying citizens or subjects. They were of different rank. The Naitans or Naitanos formed the nobility or commanding part. The Naboris or Anaboris, the vassals or laboring class, who were divided into different groups, each group under the authority or command of a Naitans. As a mark of distinction, the nobles wore the hair tied high up on the head, and on feast days adorned themselves with feathers, gold shells, etc. The hair of the vassal was cut straight about the ears. The national laws were few and severe, theft being the crime most severely punished. The convicted thief was impaled on a large stick and suspended between two upright posts until life was extinct. As among many uncivilized races, most of the manual work was performed by women. Among the Siboneyes, married men were exempt from agricultural presents, but assisted in gold washing, etc., They were obliged, however, to live separate from their families for some time before going on a gold-hunting expedition. Los hombres casados iban en busca de oro a los ríos como los demás, pero se abstenían de la cohabitación y trato mujeril antes, para que no se les turbara la vista. The primitive Cubans were of an amorous disposition, somewhat indolent. Polygamy was permitted, but seldom practiced except among the ruling classes. Promiscuous intercourses and unnatural crimes were ascribed to the Siboneyes by the early settlers. Naves gave this as his excuse for the massacres of the entire Indian village of Caonao. Their acts were very ceremonious, especially when receiving a visit from a neighboring Sakique. The receiving Sakique was borne forth in a litter, preceded by a number of women who were slightly clothed, and who scattered palm leaves before the approaching guest. A visit was always attended by great feasting, where nobles acted as servants to the visiting Sakique. During the feast the women entertained their lords by songs and dancing. A number of young girls were always appointed to the service of a welcome visitor as a peace offering. They, in common with other West Indian nations, had a tradition of the formation of the world. Lucuo, God, formed the world. We know he made all things. He came from a country beyond the clouds, peopled by spirits and souls. The world was first formed without mountains or water, but under the influence of the sea, sunk, forming mountains and bringing fair water. Lucuo formed the first man of wheat. When he was finished, he touched the image on the stomach with his foot, changing it into 2 grand Lucayos, male and female, to whom 9 divine offsprings were born. The first Num, the moon, was very proud and boastful of his brilliancy, but when Huin, the sun, was born and showed his shining face, Nun became ashamed and hid himself, only coming out at night when Huin is absent. The other offsprings were given charge of the elements. Quasima was chief of the Cheme, inferior gods, who were the offsprings of Lucuo and the first woman. Lucuo lived a long time with his people and taught them the first principles of agriculture. Taking an old man aside, he buried a stick in the ground and told him to dig in the same place after 9 months had passed. At the end of this period, the old man dug up the place as directed and found yucca growing. The Behique, or doctors of the tribe, exerted an important influence. They were charged with the perpetuation of the nation's history or traditions, which were taught to the children of the nobility in the form of songs which were chanted by them on feast days. The Behique was also at the head of their religion. Their prayers were directed not to the Creator, but to the Mabuya, or bad spirit, their belief being, as God is good, it is not necessary to gain his protection. The devil is bad, and it is therefore better for us to adore and propitiate him, so that he will work us no ill. Their intercessions were made through the medium of the Cheme, inferior gods, of whom stone images were erected, and who acted as messengers to the greater gods. Each Behique had his own particular Cheme, called Cohexi, who was solely at the command of that special Behique. The Cohexi of some Behique were regarded as superior to others. The Cheme also had charge of all natural objects, such as the springs, the rain, thunder, and dew. Diseases were very rare and also very violent among the Siboneyes. The Behique cured their followers by medical preparations of herbs and roots, together with magical symbols, and by blowing upon them, after fasting and pretending to hold direct communication with their Cheme. Twice a year great religious feasts were held, when the Behiques, fasting weeks in advance, living only on the juices of certain grains, appearing weak and emaciated. After the usual sacrifices to the Cheme, they worked themselves into a religious ecstasy. While in this condition they were questioned on subjects of interest, such as the probability of war, battles, and death, their answers being received as coming direct from the gods. At their fiesta or gloritas, wonderful dances were held, several taking hold of each other's hands, then moved themselves to the rhythm of a slow chant and the music of the tom-tom, a hollow trunk of a tree covered by the skin of some wild animal. It was their custom to dance until so exhausted that they fell to the ground. During the dances, wine was passed from one to another and drunk without spilling or interrupting the dance. Men and women danced together only on the occasion of a great victory or on the birth or death of a cacique, when no wine was drunk. The Siboneyes were armed with the bow and arrow, dart and mace. The arrow and dart were tipped with fish bones, the mace was a heavy club made of hard wood, and seems to have been their favorite weapon. They also construed clever traps to ensnare game. They had a primitive idea of weaving, and wove cloth from the wild cotton plant that appears to have been indigenous to Cuba. Fire was made by rubbing a piece of hard wood between two pieces of softer wood. Fishing was one of their pursuits. Many of the houses of the noble were built upon piles along the shores of streams. This was probably a means of securing themselves against surprise by the cannibals. The hardships to which the Siboneyes were subjected has caused them to rapidly disappear, with the exception a possible few among the mountains of Santiago. The race has entirely disappeared even as early as 1532, but 5,600 of the original population of 200,000, according to Las Casas, a million, remained in 1511. Moreover, in 1553, Fray Luis Beltran, writing of the travels in Cuba in 1551, claims they were entirely exterminated. Los 200,000 indios que entonces contenía serían exterminados por los tratamientos de que eran víctimas. Chapter 3. Some Cuban Shrines. In Cuba, as in all pro-Catholic countries, the natives have a host of saints to whom they attribute various supernatural powers. They are held in greater or less esteem according to the miraculous cures they have achieved or the concessions they have granted their followers. Each family or individual has a special saint to whom they appeal in times of trouble or sickness. Sometimes, however, when a saint has repeatedly proved inefficient, or has failed to grant the wishes of a devotee, it is cast aside, or exchanged for one that has been recommended by a friend. It is no unusual thing to hear one lady advising another to try such and such a saint. Rece a San Jose, él me ha concedido todo lo que yo le pedí. Pray to San Jose, he grants all I ask him. There are also a number of saints who are specially efficient in certain diseases or conditions. One always prays to San Blas to cure throat trouble, and young ladies know that San Nicolas will gladly assist them to secure good, rich husbands. San Ramon protects them during pregnancy, and San Lazaro during childbirth. Santa Barbara makes timid hearts brave in times of war. Santo Domingo cures fever. Santa Lucia looks after the eyes. San Antonio protects from fire. And so, in every case that may be presented, there is some saint or saintess who has taken that disease or ill for their special power of benefaction. When an article is lost, San Antonio de Padua is in disgrace until it is found. The figure of the saint is placed head downwards, and if some time elapses without the lost object being recovered, the image is bound to a chair back and severely whipped for failing in his duty. If the lost object still remains undiscovered, the infant which always accompanies the saint is cut away from the image, and the following couplet repeated: San Antonio bendito, si no me concedo lo que te pido, no te devuelvo tu niño. Blessed San Antonio, if you do not grant what I ask, I will not return your child. This last resource rarely fails in causing the recovery of whatever is missing. El Señor Milagroso, the miracle worker, is an image treasured as one of the most valued religious possessions of Matanzas. Although the church has offered many thousands of dollars for its possession, and its owner is in comparatively poor circumstances, it still remains in the hands of a private family. It has been handed down through many generations of the Castro family, and is at present in the possession of Señor Arturo Castro, who has built a shrine where all are welcome to visit and revere the saint. This saint is supposed to instantly answer the prayer of those who are in great danger. A curious story is connected with the image of a snake twined about the body of a man that is placed before in the saint. During the Revolution of 1868, when many well-to-do families were temporarily reduced to needy circumstances, an old man was accustomed to visit his married son about the time of the midday meal. The son, who found it difficult to fill the all too many mouths of his own household, one day ordered the meal to be kept back until his father had gone. The father came, and failing to see the usual preparations for breakfast in progress, inquired if the meal had already been served. He was given to understand that it had, and left the house somewhat nettled, as was natural. The dish was now ordered to be placed on the table with the least possible delay. As moments passed and no food appeared, the master of the house went to the kitchen to inquire the causes of delay, and there found the servant struggling to lift the cover from a kettle. Angry at the inability to perform so apparently simple a task, he gave the cover a pull, and then slowly from the boiling liquid appeared the shining coils of a monstrous serpent, which wound itself about the body of the selfish son. Imagine the confusion and consternation in which the household was thrown on seeing their master in the coils of this huge monster. The master, finding it impossible to release himself from the coils of the serpent, and realizing that this was the punishment of God for deceiving his parent, vowed to present the Señor Milagroso a silver image of the incident. El Santo Sudario is a saint outlawed and unrecognized by the authorities of the Church. Persons found wearing the reliquary containing the prayer to the saint are accounted rebels against the Church and are excommunicated. The saint is the patron of robbers and assassins, and of people who are in constant danger of death by violence or drowning. El Santo Sudario, or Just Judge, protects its followers against fire, wild animals, bullets, death by drowning, and hanging. It is in great request by soldiers or sailors. During the Spanish regime in Cuba, it became a misdemeanor to have an image of the saint in one's possession, it being believed by the authorities that it gave criminals immunity against detection or arrest. A laughable incident in connection with the saint happened to the knowledge of the writer. During the last political unpleasantness, an officer of the government forces was pressed to accept a present of a reliquary of El Santo Sudario to protect him against the dangers of battle. Incredulous of its power, but willing to please his friends, he accepted the gift and placed it about his neck. The reliquary, encased in a red silk bag to prevent its chafing the skin, was soon forgotten. While taking account of the casualties after a very active skirmish, the officer was astonished and somewhat frightened to have his attention called to an apparently severe wound he himself had received in the breast. Glancing down, sure enough, a huge stain of blood had appeared on the front of his uniform. Feeling no pain, and the wound appearing in such a vital place, the officer imagined himself booked for the long voyage. Frantically tearing open his clothing in haste to stop the bleeding, he found to his surprise that the red silk bag containing the reliquary was dripping with perspiration and had run through his clothing. The shrine of La Santa Imagen in the Hermitage of Montserrat, Matanzas, is the Mecca of the Spanish residents of Cuba, who annually on the 8th of November journey from all parts of the island to attend the Fiesta of Montserrat. The saint is supposed to have the power to grant 3 wishes to those who fulfill their vows during the year. The many offerings of gold and silver about the altar offer eulogiastic proof of the faith and esteem in which the saint is regarded. These objects are vowed to the saint in times of sickness or despair, and usually take the form of a miniature representative of the parts of the body that are made well by the intercession of the saint. Vows of humility are also made to the saint. One more devout believer has passed the whole of each fiesta on his knees for more than 20 years in fulfillment of a vow made when he received intelligence of a fatal accident to his only daughter that happened while he was far from home. He vowed to the holy image that if he were allowed to reach the bedside of the child before she passed away, he would perform this act of humility as long as he lived in gratitude for the saint's intercession in his behalf. For some special favor shown, young girls will promise Our Lady Carmelo to use no other dress for a certain period than that prescribed by the Order of the Sisters of Carmelo, a dusty brown with black girdle. La Senora del Cobre is the patron saint of Cuba. This saint is a wooden image placed on El Cobre Hill near Santiago of Cuba. This image has a touch of the wanderlust, often disappearing during the night and returning covered with sand and seaweed. Once some accident befell it, and it was picked far out at sea by a fishing boat and returned to its place. End of Cuban Folklore, 1908, by L. Roy Terwilliger.
Lucille Aurore Dupin, George Sand, by Edward Dowden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Lucille Aurore Dupin, by Edward Dowden. Lyrical and idealistic are epithets which a critic is tempted to affix to the novels of George Sand, but from her early lyrical manner she advanced to perfect idyllic narrative, and while she idealized, she observed, incorporating in her best work the results of a patient and faithful study of reality. A vaguer word may be applied to whatever she wrote, offspring of her idealism or her realism. It is always, in a true sense, poetic. Lucille Aurore Dupin, a descendant of Marshal Saxe, was born in Paris in 1804, the daughter of Lieutenant Dupin, and a mother of humble origin, a child at once of the aristocracy and of the people. Her early years were passed in Berry, at the country house of her grandmother. Strong, calm, ruminating, bovine in temperament, she had a large heart and an ardent imagination. The woods, the flowers, the pastoral heights and hollows, the furrows of the fields, the little peasants, the hemp dressers of the farm, their processes of life, their store of old tales and rural superstitions, made up her earliest education. Already endless stories shaped themselves in her brain. At 13 she was sent to be educated in a Paris convent. From the boisterous moods which seclusion encouraged, she sank of a sudden into depths of religious reverie, or rose to heights of religious exaltation, not to be forgotten when afterwards she wrote Spiridion. The country cooled her devout ardor. She read widely, poets, historians, philosophers, without method and with boundless delight. The Génie du Christianisme replaced the Imitation. Rousseau and Byron followed. Chateaubriand and romance in her heart put on the form of melancholy. At 18, the passive Aurore was married to Monsieur Dudevant, whose worst fault was the absence of those qualities of heart and brain which make wedded union a happiness. 2 children were born, and having obtained her freedom and a scanty allowance, Madame Dudevant in 1831, in possession of her son and daughter, resolved upon trying to obtain a livelihood in the capital. Perhaps she could paint birds and flowers on cigar cases and snuff boxes. Happily her hopes received small encouragement. Perhaps she could succeed in journalism under her friend Delatouche. She proved wholly wanting in cleverness. Her imagination had wings. It could not hop on the perch. Before she had begun the beginning of an article, the column must end. With her compatriot Jules Sandeau, she attempted a novel, Rose et Blanche. Sand and Sandeau were fraternal names. A countryman of Berry was traditionally Georges. Henceforth, the young Bohemian who traversed the quais and streets in masculine garb should be George Sand. To write novels was to her only a process of nature. She seated herself before her table at 10 o'clock, with scarcely a plot, and only the slightest acquaintance with her characters. Until 5 in the evening, while her hand guided a pen, the novel wrote itself. Next day and the next it was the same. By and by the novel had written itself in full and another was unfolding. Not that she composed mechanically. Her stories were not manufactured. They grew with facility and in free abundance. At last, a disciple of Rousseau and Chateaubriand, her theme was the romance of love. In Indiana, Valentine, Lélia, Jacques, she vindicated the supposed rights of passion. These novels are lyrical cries of a heart that had been wounded, protests against the crime of loveless marriage, against the tyranny of man, the servitude of woman, pleas for the individualism of the soul, superficial in thought, ill-balanced in feeling, unequal in style, yet rising to passages of rare poetic beauty, and often admirable in descriptive power. The imagination of George Sand had translated her private experiences into romance. Yet she, the spectator of her own inventions, possessed of a fund of sanity which underlay the agitations of her genius. While she lent herself to her creations, plied her pen with a steady hand from day to day, unwise and blameful in conduct she might be for a season, she wronged her own life, and helped to ruin the life of Musset, who had neither her discretion nor her years, but when the inevitable rupture came, she could return to her better self. Through André Simon Mauprat, the last a tale of love subduing and purifying the savage instincts in man, her art advanced in sureness and in strength. Singularly accessible to external influences, singularly receptive of ideas, the full significance and relations of which she failed to comprehend, she felt the force of intelligences stronger than her own, of Lamennais, of Ledru Rollin, of Jean Reynaud, of Pierre Leroux. Mystical religious sentiment, an ardent enthusiasm of humanity, mingled in her mind with all the discordant formulas of socialism. From 1840 to 1848, her love and large generosity of nature found satisfaction in the ideals and the hopes of social reform. Her novels Consuelo, Jeanne, Les Meunières d'Ingeborg, Les Pêches de Monsieur Antoine become expositions of a thesis, or are diverted from their true development to advocate a cause. The art suffers. Jeanne, so admirable in its rural heroine, wanders from nature to humanitarian symbolism. Consuelo, in which the writer studies so happily the artistic temperament, too often loses itself in a confusion of ill-understood ideas and tedious declamation. But the gain of escape from the egoism of passion to a more disinterested, even if a doctrinaire, view of life was great. George Sand was finding her way. Indeed, while writing novels in this her second manner, she had found her way. Her third manner was attained before the second had lost its attraction. La Mère au Diable belongs to the year 1846. La Petite Fadette to the year of Revolution, 1848, which George Sand, ever an optimist, hailed with joy. François Le Champ is but 2 years later. In these delightful tales she returns from humanitarian theories to the fields of Berry, to humble walks, and to the huts where poor men lie. The genuine idyll of French peasant life was new to French literature, the better soul of rural France. George Sand found deep within herself. She had read the external circumstances and incidents of country life with an eye as faithful in observation as that of any student who dignifies his collection of human documents with the style and title of realism in art. With a sense of beauty and the instincts of affection, she merged herself in what she saw. Her feeling for nature is realized in gracious art, and her art seems itself to be nature. In the novels of her latest years she moved from Berry to other regions of France, and interpreted aristocratic together with peasant life. Old, experienced, infinitely good and attaching, she has tales for her grandchildren, and romances, Jean de la Roche, Le Marquis de Bellemare, and the rest, for her other grandchildren, the public. The soul of the peasant, of the artist, of the man who must lean upon a stronger woman's arm, of the girl, neither child nor fully adult, she entered into with deepest and truest sympathy. The simple, austere, stoical, heroic man she admired as one above her. Her style at its best, flowing without impetuosity, full and pure without commotion, harmonious without complex involutions, can mirror beauty as faithfully and as magically as an inland river. Calme, toujours plus calme, was a frequent utterance of her declining years. Ne détruisez pas la verdure were her last words. In 1876 George Sand died. Her memoirs and her correspondence make us intimate with the spirit, amid all its errors, sweet, generous, and gaining through experience a wisdom for the season of old age. End of Lucille Aurore Dupin, George Sand, by Edward Dowden. Gravel, by J.S.F. for Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Gravel, by J.S.F. for Encyclopedia Britannica. Gravel, or pebble beds, the name given to deposits of rounded, subangular, water-worn stones, mingled with finer material such as sand and clay. The word gravel is adapted from the Old French gravel, modification gravel, diminutive of grave, coarse sand, seashore. Modern French grève. The deposits are produced by the attrition of rock fragments by moving water, the waves and tides of the sea, and the flow of rivers. Extensive beds of gravel are forming at the present time on many parts of the British coasts, where suitable rocks are exposed to the attack of the atmosphere and of the sea waves during storms. The flint gravels of the coast of the Channel, Norfolk, etc., are excellent examples. When the sea is rough, the lesser stones are washed up and down the beach by each wave, and in this way are rounded, worn down, and finally reduced to sand. These gravels are constantly in movement, being urged forward by the shore currents, especially during storms. Large banks of gravel may be swept away in a single night, and in this way the coast is laid bare to the erosive action of the sea. Moreover, the movement of the gravel itself wears down the subjacent rocks. Hence, in many places, barriers have been erected to prevent the drift of the pebbles and preserve the land, while often it has been found necessary to protect the shores by masonry or cement work. Where the pebbles are swept along to a projecting cape, they may be carried onwards, and form a long spit or submarine bank, which is constantly reduced in size by the currents and tides which flow across it, e.g. Spurn Head at the mouth of the Humber. The Chesil Bank is the best instance in Britain of a great accumulation of pebbles, constantly urged forward by storms in a definite direction. In the shallower parts of the North Sea considerable areas are covered with coarse sand and pebbles. In deeper water, however, as in the Atlantic, beyond the 100-fathom line, pebbles are very rare, and those which are found are mostly erratics carried southward by floating icebergs or volcanic rocks ejected by submarine volcanoes. In many parts of Britain, Scandinavia, and North America, there are marine gravels, in every essential resembling those of the seashore, at levels considerably above high tide. These gravels often lie in flat-topped terraces, which may be traced for great distances along the coast. They are indications that the sea at one time stood higher than it does at present, and are known to geologists as raised beaches. In Scotland, such beaches are known 25, 50, and 100 feet above the present shores. In exposed situations they have old shore cliffs behind them. Although their deposits are mainly gravelly, there is much fine sand and silt in the raised beaches of sheltered estuaries and near river mouths. River gravels occur most commonly in the middle and upper parts of streams, where the currents in times of flood are strong enough to transport fairly large stones. In deltas and the lower portions of large rivers, gravel deposits are comparatively rare and indicate periods when the volume of the stream was temporarily greatly increased. In the higher torrents, also, gravels are rare because transport is so effective that no considerable accumulations can form. In most countries, where the drainage is of a mature type, river gravels occur in the lower parts of the courses of the rivers as banks or terraces which lie some distance above the stream level. Individual terraces usually do not persist for a long space, but are represented by a series of benches at about the same altitude. These were once continuous, and have been separated by the stream cutting away the intervening portions as it deepened and broadened its channel. Terraces of this kind often occur in successive series at different heights, and the highest are the oldest, because they were laid down at a time when the stream flowed at their level, and mark the various stages by which the valley has been eroded. While marine terraces are nearly always horizontal, stream terraces slope downwards along the course of the river. The extensive deposits of river gravels in many parts of England, France, Switzerland, North America, etc., would indicate that at some former time the rivers flowed in greater volume than at the present day. This is believed to be connected with the glacial epoch and the augmentation of the streams during those periods when the ice was melting away. Many changes in drainage have taken place since then. Consequently, wide sheets of glacial and fluvio-glacial gravel lie spread out where at present there is no stream. Often they are commingled with sand, and where there were temporary post-glacial lakes, deposits of silt, brick clay, and mud have been formed. These may be compared to the similar deposits now forming in Greenland, Spitzbergen, and other countries which are at present in a glacial condition. As a rule, gravels consist mainly of the harder kinds of stone, because these alone can resist attrition. Thus, The gravels formed from chalk consist almost entirely of flint, which is so hard that the chalk is ground to powder and washed away, while the flint remains little affected. Other hard rocks such as chert, quartzite, felsite, granite, sandstone, and volcanic rocks very frequently are largely represented in gravels, while coal, limestone, and shale are far less common. The size of the pebbles varies from a fraction of an inch to several feet. It depends partly on the facility of the original rocks and partly on the strength of the currents of water. Coarse gravels indicate the action of powerful eroding agents. In the tertiary systems, gravels occur on many horizons, e.g. the Woolwich and Reading beds, Oldhaven beds and Bagshot beds of the Eocene of the London basin. They do not essentially differ from recent gravel deposits, but in course of time the action of percolating water assisted by pressure tends to convert gravels into firm masses of conglomerate by depositing carbonate of lime, silica, and other substances in their interstices. Gravels are not usually so fossiliferous as finer deposits of the same age, partly because their porous texture enables organic remains to be dissolved away by water, and partly because shells and other fossils are comparatively fragile and would be broken up during the accumulation of the pebbles. The rock fragments in conglomerates, however, sometimes contain fossils which have not been found elsewhere. End of Gravel by J.S.F. from Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition.
And his rocket life-saving apparatus. From the Dictionary of National Biography, 1899, edited by Sidney Lee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Trengrouse and his rocket life-saving apparatus. Henry Trengrouse, 1772 to 1854, inventor of the rocket life-saving apparatus, born at Helston, Cornwall, on the 18th of March 1772, was son of Nicholas Trengrouse, 1739 to 1814, by his wife Mary Williams, died 1784. The family had long been the principal freeholders in Helston. Henry was educated at Helston Grammar School and resided there all his life. Samuel Drew was his intimate friend. On the 24th of December 1807 he witnessed the wreck of the Anson frigate in Mounts Bay, when over 100 lives were lost, and this disaster led him to devote his life and patrimony to the discovery of some means for saving lives at shipwrecks. He spent much labour in attempting to devise a lifeboat, but produced no satisfactory results, and turned his attention to the rocket life-saving apparatus. As early as 1791, Lieutenant John Bell, 1747 to 1798, had devised an apparatus for throwing a line to ships from the shore, and concurrently with Trengrouse, Captain George William Manby was engaged in perfecting an apparatus very similar to Bell's. The idea occurred to Manby in February 1807, and in August he exhibited some experiments to the members of the Suffolk House Humane Society. He sought to establish communication between the shore and the shipwreck by means of a line fastened to a barbed shot which was fired from a mortar on the shore. By means of this line a hawser was drawn out from the shore to the ship, and along it was run a cradle in which the shipwrecked persons were landed. This invention had been recommended by various committees and adopted to some extent before 1814. Trengrouse's apparatus, which was designed in 1808, was similar to Manby's in the use of the line and hawser, but instead of a mortar he suggested a rocket, and a chair was used instead of a cradle. The distinctive features of the apparatus consisted of A section of a cylinder which is fitted to the barrel of a musket by a bayonet socket. A rocket with a line attached to its stick is so placed in it that its priming receives fire immediately from the barrel. The advantages were that the rocket was much lighter and more portable than the mortar, that the cost was much smaller, that there was little risk of the line breaking because the velocity of a rocket increases gradually, whereas that of a shot fired from a mortar was so great and sudden that the line was frequently broken. The whole of Trengrous's apparatus could, moreover, be packed in a chest, 4 feet 3 inches by 1 foot 6 inches, and carried by vessels of every size, while Manby contemplated the use of the mortar only on shore, and the safety of the vessel depended therefore on the presence of an apparatus in the vicinity of the shipwreck. It was not, however, until the 28th of February 1818, after many journeys to London, that Trengrouse exhibited his apparatus before Admiral Sir Charles Rowley. A committee was appointed, and on the 5th of March it reported that Mr. Trengrouse's mode appears to be the best that has been suggested for the purpose of saving lives from shipwreck by gaining a communication with the shore, and so far as the experiments went, it most perfectly answered what was proposed. It was also suggested that a specimen apparatus should be placed in every dockyard that naval officers might become familiar with its working. In the same year, a committee of the elder brethren of Trinity House also reported in its favour, and recommended that no vessel should be without it. The government ordered 20 sets, but afterwards preferred to have them constructed by the Ordnance Department, and paid Trengrouse £50 compensation. In 1821 the Society of Arts awarded him their large silver medal and 30 guineas for the invention. Alexander I of Russia also wrote Trengrouse an autograph letter, presented him with a diamond ring in recognition of the usefulness of his apparatus, and invited him to Russia. But apart from the prize awarded by the Society of Arts and the compensation paid by the government, Trengrouse reaped no pecuniary reward from his invention. An improved rocket was invented by John Dennett in 1826. The one now in use was devised by Colonel Boxer in 1855. The rocket has completely superseded the mortar and is now, next to the lifeboat, the most important means of saving lives from shipwrecks. Since 1881, nearly 5,000 lives have been saved in this way. Tables relating to Lifesaving 1897. Trengrouse died at Helston on the 14th of February 1854. By his wife Mary, daughter of Samuel Jenkin, he left issue 3 sons and 5 daughters. His widow, born 9th of September 1772, died at Helston on the 27th of March 1863. End of Henry Trengrouse and his rocket life-saving apparatus. Recording by Son of the Exiles. A church bell properly. From Church Bells, Peals and Church Bell Chimes by Manili and Company, 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How to ring a church bell properly. A great deal is to be gained by ringing a bell properly, throwing the mouth well up, and not lazily jingling it. Sextons will require several weeks' practice before being able to ring a bell properly and bring out its full tone. It is not physical strength that is required so much as getting the knack of catching the rope just right, particularly on the second downpull. Small bells are easily swung well up. Those of 700 to 2,000 pounds can readily be brought mouth up by steadily pulling down on the rope until the stops engage, and held there as long as desired. For any larger bell, several vigorous downpulls may be necessary if the bell cannot be drawn up as above described until the stops meet, this being done as follows. Begin by pulling down on the rope as far as possible, allow a back swing, and at the highest point of the rope, make a second vigorous down pull and repeat this operation until the stops meet, when the bell can be held in that position as long as desired. When the bell swings back from contact of the stops, allow the rope to easily glide through the hands. Do not follow it hand over hand, but let it slide without friction on the hands, keeping the arms extended diagonally upward at about 60 degrees angle, and when the rope has been drawn up as far as the bell carries it, at that instant quickly close the hands tightly, grip the rope firmly, and make the next down pull, but make it with no greater force than to just make the stops meet with a fair touch to avoid unnecessary jarring or too great a bump. By carefully practicing this method, the knack of ringing a bell correctly will soon be acquired, and the ringing of the bell be found a pleasurable exercise rather than a laborious task, and what is of greater importance, the rich, full, majestic tone will be a pleasure and satisfaction to all who hear it. End of How to Ring a Church Bell Correctly. From Church Bells, Peals and Church Bell Chimes by Manili and Company, 1912. Recording by Son of the Exiles.
For preventing the children of poor people in Ireland from being a burden on their parents or country, and for making them beneficial to the public, by Jonathan Swift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Celine Oon. It is a melancholy object to those who walk through this great town or travel in the country when they see the streets, the roads and cabin doors crowded with beggars of the female sex, followed by 3, 4 or 6 children, all in rags, and importuning every passenger for an alms. These mothers, instead of being able to work for their honest livelihood, are forced to employ all their time in strolling to beg sustenance for their helpless infants who, as they grow up, either turn thieves for want of work, or leave their dear native country to fight for the Pretender in Spain, or sell themselves to the Barbadors. I think it is agreed by all parties that this prodigious number of children in the arms, or on the backs, or at the heels of their mothers, and frequently of their fathers, is in the present deplorable state of the kingdom a very great additional grievance, and therefore whoever could find out a fair, cheap, and easy method of making these children sound and useful members of the Commonwealth would deserve so well of the public as to have his statue set up for a preserver of the nation. But my intention is very far from being confined to provide only for the children of professed beggars. It is of a much greater extent, and shall take in the whole number of infants at a certain age, who are born of parents in effect as little able to support them as those who demand our charity in the streets. As to my own part, having turned my thoughts for many years upon this important subject, and maturely weighed the several schemes of our projectors, I have always found them grossly mistaken in their computation. It is true, a child just dropped from its dam may be supported by her milk for a solar year, with little other nourishment. At most, not above the value of 2 shillings, which the mother may certainly get, or the value in scraps by her lawful occupation of begging. And it is exactly at 1 year old that I propose to provide for them in such a manner as, instead of being a charge upon their parents or the parish, or wanting food and raiment for the rest of their lives, they shall, on the contrary, contribute to the feeding and partly to the clothing of many thousands. There is likewise another great advantage in my scheme, that it will prevent those voluntary abortions, and that horrid practice of women murdering their bastard children, alas, too frequent among us, sacrificing the poor innocent babes, I doubt, more to avoid the expense than the shame, which would move tears and pity in the most savage and inhuman breast. The number of souls in this kingdom being usually reckoned 1.5 million, of these I calculate there may be about 200,000 couples whose wives are breeders, from which number I subtract 30,000 couple who are able to maintain their own children, although I apprehend there cannot be so many under the present distresses of the kingdom. But this being granted, there will remain 170,000 breeders. I again subtract 50,000 for those women who miscarry, or whose children die by accident or disease within the year. There only remain 120,000 children of poor parents annually born. The question therefore is, how shall this number be reared and provided for? Which, as I have already said, under the present situation of affairs, is utterly impossible by all the methods hitherto proposed. For we can neither employ them in handicraft or agriculture. We neither build houses, I mean in the country, nor cultivate land. They can very seldom pick up a livelihood by stealing till they arrive at 6 years old, except where they are of towardly parts, although I confess they learn the rudiments much earlier, during which time they can, however, be properly looked upon only as probationers. As I have been informed by a principal gentleman in the country of Cuban, who protested to me that he never knew above 1 or 2 instances under the age of 6, even in a part of the kingdom so renowned for the quickest proficiency in that art. I am assured by our merchants that a boy or a girl before 12 years old is no saleable commodity, and even when they come to this age, they will not yield above £3, or £3.50 a crown at most on the exchange, which cannot turn to account either to the parents or kingdom, the charge of nutriments and rags having been at least 4 times that value. I shall now therefore humbly propose my own thoughts, which I hope will not be liable to the least objection. I have been assured, by a very knowing American of my acquaintance in London, that a young healthy child well nursed is, at a year old, a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled, and I make no doubt that it will equally serve in a fricassee or a roast. I do therefore humbly offer it to public consideration that of the 120,000 children already computed, 20,000 may be reserved for breed, whereof only 1/4 part to be males, which is more than we allow to sheep, black cattle, or swine, and my reason is that these children are seldom the fruits of marriage, a circumstance not much regarded by our savages. Therefore 1 male will be sufficient to serve 4 females. That the remaining 100,000 may, at a year old, be offered in sale to the persons of quality and fortune through the kingdom, always advising the mother to let them suck plentifully in the last month, so as to render them plump and fat for a good table. A child will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when the family dines alone, the fore or hind quarter will make a reasonable dish, and, seasoned with a little pepper or salt, will be very good boiled on the 4th day, especially in winter. I have reckoned upon a medium, that a child just born will weigh 12 pounds, and in a solar year, if tolerably nursed, increaseth to 28 pounds. I grant this food will be somewhat dear, and therefore very proper for landlords who, as they have already devoured most of the parents, seem to have the best title to the children. Infant's flesh will be in season throughout the year, but more plentiful in March and a little before and after, for we are told by a grave author, an eminent French physician, that fish being a prolific diet, there are more children born in Roman Catholic countries about 9 months after Lent. The markets will be more glutted than usual because the number of popish infants is at least 3 to 1 in this kingdom, and therefore it will have one other collateral advantage by lessening the number of papists among us. I have already computed the charge of nursing a beggar's child, in which list I reckon all cottagers, labourers, and 4/5 of the farmers, to be about 2 shillings per annum, rags included, and I believe no gentleman would repine to give 10 shillings for the carcass of a good fat child, which, as I have said, will make 4 dishes of excellent nutritive meat, when he hath only some particular friend or his own family to dine with him. Thus the squire will learn to be a good landlord, and grow popular among his tenants. The mother will have 8 shillings neat profit, and be fit for work till she produces another child. Those who are more thrifty, as I must confess the times require, may flea the carcass, the skin of which, artificially dressed, will make admirable gloves for ladies, and summer boots for fine gentlemen. As to our city of Dublin, shambles may be appointed for this purpose, in the most convenient parts of it, and butchers we may be assured will not be wanting, although I rather recommend buying the children alive, and dressing them hot from the knife as we do roasting pigs. A very worthy person, a true lover of his country, and whose virtues I highly esteem, was lately pleased in discoursing on this matter to offer a refinement upon my scheme. He said that many gentlemen of this kingdom, having of late destroyed their deer, he conceived that the want of venison might well be supplied by the bodies of young lads and maidens, not exceeding 14 years of age, nor under 12, so great a number of both sexes in every country being now ready to starve for want of work and service, and these to be disposed of by their parents if alive, or otherwise by their nearest relations. But with due deference to so excellent a friend, and so deserving a patriot, I cannot be altogether in his sentiments. For as to the males, my American acquaintance assured me from frequent experience that their flesh was generally tough and lean, like that of our schoolboys, by continual exercise, and their taste disagreeable, and to fatten them would not answer the charge. Then, as to the females, it would, I think, with humble submission, be a loss to the public, because they soon would become breeders themselves, and besides, it is not improbable that some scrupulous people might be apt to censure such a practice, although indeed very unjustly, as a little bordering upon cruelty, which, I confess, hath always been with me the strongest objection against any project, how well soever intended. But in order to justify my friend, he confessed that this expedient was put into his head by the famous Salmanazar, a native of the island Formosa, who came from thence to London above 20 years ago, and in conversation told my friend that, in his country, when any young person happened to be put to death, the executioner sold the carcass to persons of quality as a prime dainty, and that, in his time, the body of a plump girl of 15 who was crucified for an attempt to poison the emperor was sold to his Imperial Majesty's Prime Minister of State, and other great mandarins of the court in joints from the gibbet, at 400 crowns. Neither, indeed, can I deny that if the same use were made of several plump young girls in this town, who, without one single groat to their fortunes, cannot stir abroad without a chair, and appear at a playhouse and assemblies in foreign fineries, which they never will pay for, the kingdom would not be the worse. Some persons of a desponding spirit are in great concern about that vast number of poor people who are aged, diseased, or maimed, and I have been desired to employ my thoughts what course may be taken, to ease the nation of so grievous an encumbrance. But I am not in the least pain upon that matter, because it is very well known that they are every day dying and rotting by cold and famine and filth and vermin as fast as can be reasonably expected. And as to the young labourers, they are now in almost as hopeful a condition. They cannot get work, and consequently pine away from want of nourishment, to a degree that if at any time they are accidentally hired to common labour, they have not strength to perform it, and thus the country and themselves are happily delivered from the evils to come. I have too long digressed, and therefore shall return to my subject. I think the advantages by the proposal which I have made are obvious and many, as well as of the highest importance. For first, as I have already observed, it would greatly lessen the number of papists, with whom we are yearly overrun, being the principal breeders of the nation, as well as our most dangerous enemies, and who stay at home on purpose, with a design to deliver the kingdom to the Pretender, hoping to take their advantage by the absence of so many good Protestants, who have chosen rather to leave their country than stay at home and pay tithes against their conscience to an episcopal curate. Secondly, the poorer tenants will have something valuable of their own, which by law may be made liable to a distress, and help to pay their landlord's rent, their corn and cattle being already seized, and money a thing unknown. Thirdly, whereas the maintenance of 100,000 children, from 2 years old and upwards, cannot be computed at less than 10 shillings apiece per annum, the nation's stock will be thereby increased £50,000 per annum, besides the profit of a new dish, introduced to the tables of all gentlemen of fortune in the kingdom who have any refinement in taste. And the money will circulate among ourselves, the goods being entirely of our own growth and manufacture. Fourthly, the constant breeders, besides the gain of 8 shillings sterling per annum by the sale of their children, will be rid of the charge of maintaining them after the first year. Fifthly, this food would likewise bring great custom to taverns, where the vintners will certainly be so prudent as to procure the best receipts for dressing it to perfection, and consequently have their houses frequented by all the fine gentlemen, who justly value themselves upon their knowledge in good eating, and a skilful cook who understands how to oblige his guests will contrive to make it as expensive as they please. Sixthly, this would be a great inducement to marriage, which all wise nations have either encouraged by rewards or enforced by laws and penalties. It would increase the care and tenderness of mothers towards their children, when they were sure of a settlement for life to the poor babes, provided in some sort by the public, to their annual profit instead of expense. We should soon see an honest emulation among the married women, which of them could bring the fattest child to the market. Men would become as fond of their wives during the time of their pregnancy as they are now of their mares in foal, their cows in calf, or so when they are ready to farrow, nor offer to beat or kick them, as is too frequent a practice for fear of a miscarriage. Many other advantages might be enumerated. For instance, the addition of some 1,000 carcasses in our exportation of barreled beef, the propagation of swine's flesh, and improvement in the art of making good bacon, so much wanted among us by the great destruction of pigs, too frequent at our tables, which are no way comparable in taste or magnificence to a well-grown, fat yearly child, which roasted whole will make a considerable figure at a Lord Mayor's feast or any other public entertainment. But this and many others I omit, being studious of brevity. Supposing that 1,000 families in this city would be constant customers for infant's flesh, besides others who might have it at merry meetings, particularly at weddings and christenings, I compute that Dublin would take off annually about 20,000 carcasses, and the rest of the kingdom, where probably they will be sold somewhat cheaper, the remaining 80,000. I can think of no one objection that will possibly be raised against this proposal, unless it should be urged that the number of people will be thereby much lessened in the kingdom. This I freely own, and 'twas indeed one principal design in offering it to the world. I desire the reader will observe that I calculate my remedy for this one individual kingdom of Ireland, and for no other that ever was, is, or, I think, ever can be upon earth. Therefore, let no man talk to me of other expedients, of taxing our absentees at 5 shillings a pound, of using neither clothes nor household furniture except what is of our own growth and manufacture, of utterly rejecting the materials and instruments that promote foreign luxury, of curing the expensiveness of pride, vanity, idleness, and gaming in our women, of introducing a vein of parsimony, prudence, and temperance, of learning to love our country, wherein we differ even from Laplanders and the inhabitants of Topinambu, of quitting our animosities and factions, nor acting any longer like the Jews, who were murdering one another at the very moment their city was taken, of being a little cautious not to sell our country and consciences for nothing, of teaching landlords to have at least one degree of mercy towards their tenants. Lastly, of putting a spirit of honesty, industry, and skill into our shopkeepers, who, if a resolution could now be taken to buy only our native goods, would immediately unite to cheat and exact upon us in the price, the measure, and the goodness, nor could ever yet be brought to make one fair proposal of just dealing, though often and earnestly invited to it. Therefore, I repeat, let no man talk to me of these and the like expedients, till he hath at least some glimpse of hope that there will ever be some hearty and sincere attempt to put them into practice. But, as to myself, having been wearied out for many years with offering vain, idle, visionary thoughts, and at length utterly despairing of success, I fortunately fell upon this proposal, which, as it is wholly new, so it hath something solid and real, of no expense and little trouble, full in our own power, and whereby we can incur no danger in disobliging England. For this kind of commodity will not bear exportation, and flesh being of too tender a consistence to admit a long continuance in salt, although perhaps I could name a country which would be glad to eat up our whole nation without it. After all, I am not so violently bent upon my own opinion as to reject any offer proposed by wise men, which shall be found equally innocent, cheap, easy, and effectual. But before something of that kind shall be advanced in contradiction to my scheme, and offering a better, I desire the author or authors will be pleased maturely to consider 2 points. First, as things now stand, how they will be able to find food and raiment for 100,000 useless mouths and backs. And secondly, there being a round million of creatures in humane figure throughout this kingdom, whose whole subsistence put into a common stock would leave them in debt 2 million of pounds sterling, adding those who are beggars by profession to the bulk of farmers, cottagers, and labourers, with their wives and children, who are beggars in effect. I desire those politicians who dislike my overture, and may perhaps be so bold to attempt an answer, that they will first ask the parents of these mortals whether they would not at this day think it a great happiness to have been sold for food at a year old, in the manner I prescribe, and thereby have avoided such a perpetual scene of misfortunes as they have since gone through, by the oppression of landlords, the impossibility of paying rent without money or trade, the want of common sustenance, with neither house nor clothes to cover them from the inclemencies of the weather, and the most inevitable prospect of entailing the like or greater miseries upon their breed forever. I profess, in the sincerity of my heart, that I have not the least personal interest in endeavouring to promote this necessary work, having no other motive than the public good of my country, by advancing our trade, providing for infants, relieving the poor, and giving some pleasure to the rich. I have no children by which I can propose to get a single penny, the youngest being 9 years old, and my wife past childbearing. End of A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift.
Chapter 3 of Old and New Masters, Mr. G. K. Chesterton and Mr. Hilaire Belloc, by Robert Lind. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 1. The Heavenly Twins. It was Mr. Shaw who, in the course of a memorable controversy, invented a fantastic pantomime animal, which he called the Chester Belloc. Some such invention was necessary as a symbol of the literary comradeship of Mr. Hilaire Belloc and Mr. Gilbert Chesterton. For Mr. Belloc and Mr. Chesterton, whatever may be the dissimilarities in the form and spirit of their work, cannot be thought of apart from each other. They are as inseparable as the red and green lights of a ship. The one illumines this side and the other that. But they are both equally concerned with announcing the path of the good ship medievalism through the dangerous currents of our times. 50 years ago, when philology was one of the imaginative arts, it would have been easy enough to gain credit for the theory that they are veritable reincarnations of the heavenly twins, going about the earth with corrupted names. Chesterton is merely English for Castor, and Belloc is Pollux, transmuted into French. Certainly, if the philologist had also been an evangelical Protestant, he would have felt a double confidence in identifying the two authors with Castor and Pollux as the great twin brethren who fought so well for Rome. A critic was struck some years ago by the propriety of the fact that Mr. Chesterton and Mr. Belloc brought out books of the same kind and the same size, through the same publisher, almost in the same week. Mr. Belloc, to be sure, called his volume of essays This, That, and the Other, and Mr. Chesterton called his A Miscellany of Men. But if Mr. Chesterton had called his book This, That, and the Other, and Mr. Belloc had called his A Miscellany of Men, it would not have made a pennyworth of difference. Each book is simply a rag-bag of essays, the riotous and fantastically joyous essays of Mr. Chesterton, the sardonic and arrogantly gay essays of Mr. Belloc. Each, however, has a unity of outlook, not only an internal unity, but a unity with the other. Each has the outlook of the medievalist spirit, the spirit which finds crusades and miracles more natural than peace meetings and the discoveries of science, which gives heaven and hell a place on the map of the world, which casts a sinister eye on Turks and Jews, which brings its gaiety to the altar as the tumbler in the story brought his cap and bells, which praises dogma and wine and the rule of the male, which abominates the scientific spirit and curses the day on which Bacon was born. Probably neither of the authors would object to being labeled a medievalist, except in so far as we all object to having labels affixed to us by other people. Mr. Chesterton's attitude on the matter, indeed, is clear from that sentence in What's Wrong with the World, in which he affirms, "Mankind has not passed through the Middle Ages. Rather, mankind has retreated from the Middle Ages in reaction and rout." And if, on learning some of the inferences he makes from this, you protest that he is reactionary and is trying to put back the hands of the clock, he is quite unashamed, and replies that the moderns are always saying you can't put the clock back. The simple and obvious answer is, you can. A clock, being a piece of human construction, can be restored by the human finger to any figure or hour. The effrontery of an answer like that is so magnificent that it takes one's breath away. The chief difficulty of Mr. Chesterton and Mr. Belloc, however, seems to be that they want their clock to point to two different hours at the same time, neither of which happens to be the hour which the sun has just marked at Greenwich. They want it to point at once to 878 and 1789, to Ethandune and the French Revolution. Similar though they are in the revolutio medievalist background of their philosophy, however, Mr. Chesterton and Mr. Belloc are as unlike as possible in the spirit in which they proclaim it. If Mr. Chesterton gets up on his box to prophesy against the times, he seems to do so out of a passionate and unreasoning affection for his fellows. If Mr. Belloc denounces the age, he seems also to be denouncing the human race. Mr. Chesterton is jovial and democratic. Mr. Belloc is, to some extent, saturnine and autocratic. Mr. Chesterton belongs to the exuberantly lovable tradition of Dickens. Indeed, he is, in the opinion of many people, the most exuberantly lovable personality which has expressed itself in English literature since Dickens. Mr. Belloc, on the other hand, has something of the gleaming and solitary fierceness of Swift and Hazlitt. Mr. Chesterton's vision, coloured though it is with the colours of the past, projects itself generously into the future. He is foretelling the eve of the utopia of the poor and the oppressed when he speaks of "the riot that all good men, even the most conservative, really dream of, when the sneer shall be struck from the face of the well-fed, when the wine of honour shall be poured down the throat of despair, when we shall, so far as to the sons of flesh is possible, take tyranny and usury and public treason, and bind them into bundles and burn them." There is anger as well as affection in this eloquence. Anger as of a new sort of knight, thirsting to spill the blood of a new sort of barbarian in the name of Christ. Mr. Belloc's attack on the barbarians lacks the charity of these fiery sentences. He concludes his essay on the scientific spirit, as embodied in Lombroso, for instance, with the words, "the ass," and he seems to sneer the insult where Mr. Chesterton would have roared it. Mr. Chesterton and he may be at one in the way in which they regard the scientific criminologists, eugenists, collectivists, pragmatists, post-impressionists, and most of the other ists of recent times, as an army of barbarians invading the territories of medieval Christendom. But while Mr. Chesterton is in the gap of danger, waving against his enemies the sword of the spirit, Mr. Belloc stands on a little height apart, aiming at them the more cruel shafts of the intellect. It is not that he is less courageous than Mr. Chesterton, but that he is more contemptuous. Here, for example, is how he meets the barbarian attack, especially as it is delivered by M. Bergson and his school. In its most grotesque form, it challenges the accuracy of mathematics. In its most vicious, the processes of the human reason. The barbarian is as proud as a savage in a top hat when he talks of the elliptical or the hyperbolic universe, and tries to picture parallel straight lines converging or diverging, but never doing anything so vulgarly old-fashioned as to remain parallel. The barbarian, when he has graduated to be a pragmatist, struts like a nigger in evening clothes, and believes himself superior to the gift of reason, etc., etc. It would be unfair to offer this passage as an example of Mr. Beliz's dominating genius, but it is an excellent example of his domineering temper. His genius and his temper, one may add, seem in these essays to be always trying to climb on one another's shoulders, and it is when his genius gets uppermost that he becomes one of the most biting and exhilarating writers of his time. On such occasions, his malice ceases to be a talent and rises into an enthusiasm, as in The Servants of the Rich, where, like a medieval bard, he shows no hesitation in housing his enemies in the circles of hell. His gloating proclamation of the eternal doom of the rich men's servants is an infectious piece of humour, at once grim and irresponsible. Their doom is an eternal sleeplessness and a nakedness in the gloom. These are those men who were wont to come into the room of the poor guest at early morning with a steadfast and assured step and a look of insult. These are those who would take the tattered garments and hold them at arm's length, as much as to say, "What rags these scribblers wear!" and then, casting them over the arm with a gesture that meant, "Well, they must be brushed, but heaven knows if they will stand it without coming to pieces," would next discover in the pockets a great quantity of middle-class things, and notably loose tobacco. Then one would see him turn one's socks inside out, which is a ritual with the horrid tribe. Then a great bath would be trundled in, and he would set beside it a great can, and silently pronounce the judgment that, whatever else was forgiven the middle class, one thing would not be forgiven them: the neglect of the bath, of the splashing about of the water, and of the adequate wetting of the towel. All these things we have suffered, you and I, at their hands. But be comforted. They writhe in hell with their fellows. Mr. Belloc is not one of those authors who can be seen at their best in quotations. But even the mutilated fragment just given suggests to some extent the mixture of gaiety and malice that distinguishes his work from the work of any of his contemporaries. His gifts run to satire, as Mr. Chesterton's run to imaginative argument. It is this, perhaps, which accounts for the fact that, of these two authors, who write with their heads in the Middle Ages, it is Mr. Chesterton who is the more comprehensive critic of his own times. He never fights private, but always public, battles in his essays. His medievalism seldom degenerates into a prejudice, as it often does with Mr. Belloc. It represents a genuine theory of the human soul, and of human freedom. He laments as he sees men exchanging the authority of a spiritual institution, like the Church, for the authority of a carnal institution, like a bureaucracy. He rages as he sees them abandoning charters that gave men rights and accepting charters that only give them prohibitions. It has been the custom for a long time to speak of Mr. Chesterton as an optimist, and there was, indeed, a time when he was so rejoiced by the discovery that the children of men were also the children of God, that he was as aggressively cheerful as Whitman and Browning rolled into one. But he has left all that behind him. The insistent vision of a world in full retreat from the world of Alfred and Charlemagne and the saints and the fight for Jerusalem, from this and the allied world of Danton and Robespierre and the rush to the Bastille, has driven him back upon a partly well-founded and partly ill-founded Christian pessimism. To him it now seems as if Jerusalem had captured the Christians rather than the Christians Jerusalem. He sees men rushing into Bastilles, not in order to tear them down, but in order to inhabit the accursed cells. When I say that this pessimism is partly ill-founded, I mean that it is arrived at by comparing the liberties of the Middle Ages with the tyrannies of today, instead of by comparing the liberties of the Middle Ages with the liberties of today, or the tyrannies of the Middle Ages with the tyrannies of today. It is the result, sometimes, of playing with history, and sometimes of playing with words. Is it not playing with words, for instance, to glorify the charters by which medieval kings guaranteed the rights and privileges of their subjects, and to deny the name of charter to such a law as that by which a modern state guarantees some of the rights and privileges of children, to deny it simply on the ground that the latter expresses itself largely in prohibitions? It may be necessary to forbid a child to go into a gin palace in order to secure it the privilege of not being driven into a gin palace. Prohibitions are as necessary to human liberty as permits and license. At the same time, quarrel as we may with Mr. Chesterton's medievalism and his application of it to the modern problems, we can seldom quarrel with the motive with which he urges it upon us. His high purpose throughout is to keep alive the human view of society, as opposed to the mechanical view to which lazy politicians are naturally inclined. If he has not been able to give us any very coherent vision of a utopia of his own, he has, at least, done the world a service in dealing some smashing blows at the utopia of machinery. Nonetheless, he and Mr. Belloc would be the most dangerous of writers to follow in a literal obedience. In regard to political and social improvements, they are too often merely devil's advocates of genius. But that is a necessary function, and they are something more than that. As I have suggested, above all the arguments and the rhetoric and the humours of the little political battles, they do bear aloft a banner with a strange device, reminding us that organized society was made for man, and not man for organized society. That, in the last analysis, is the most useful thing for which Mr. Chesterton and Mr. Belloc stand in modern politics. It almost seems, at times, however, as though they were ready to see us bound again with the fetters of ancient servitudes in order to compel us to take part once more in the ancient struggle for freedom. Part 2. The Copiousness of Mr. Belloc. Mr. Belloc has, during the last 4 or 5 years, become a public man. Before that, he had been acknowledged a man of genius. But even the fact that he had sat in the House of Commons never led any great section of Englishmen to regard him as a figure or an institution. He was generally looked on as one who made his bed aggressively among heretics, as a kind of Rabelaisian dissenter, as a settled interrupter, half rude and half jesting. And yet there was always in him something of the pedagogue who has been revealed so famously in these last months. Not only had he a passion for facts, and for stringing facts upon theories. He had also a high-headed and dogmatic and assured way of imparting his facts and theories to the human race as it sat, or insofar as it could be persuaded to sit, on its little forms. It is his schoolmasterishness which chiefly distinguishes the genius of Mr. Belloc from the genius of his great and uproarious comrade, Mr. Chesterton. Mr. Belloc is not a humorist to anything like the same degree as Mr. Chesterton. If Mr. Chesterton were a schoolmaster, he would give all the triangles noses and eyes, and he would turn the Latin verbs into nonsense rhymes. Humour is his breath and being. He cannot speak of the kingdom of heaven or of Robert Browning without it, any more than of asparagus. He is a laughing theologian, a laughing politician, a laughing critic, a laughing philosopher. He retains a fantastic cheerfulness even amid the blind furies, and how blindly furious he can sometimes be, of controversy. With Mr. Belloc, on the other hand, laughter is a separate and relinquishable gift. He can at will lay aside the mirth of one who has broken bonds for the solemnity of the man in authority. He can be scapegrace prince and sober king by turns, and in such a way that the two personalities seem scarcely to be related to each other. Compared with Mr. Chesterton, he is like a man in a mask, or a series of masks. He reveals more of his intellect to the world than of his heart. He is not one of those authors whom one reads with a sense of personal intimacy. He is too arrogant even in his merriment for that. Perhaps the figure we see reflected most obtrusely in his work is that of a man delighting in immense physical and intellectual energies. It is this that makes him one of the happiest of travellers. Of his travels, one feels every inch and nook of his being is intent upon the passing earth. The world is to him at once a map and a history, and a poem and a church and an alehouse. The birds in the greenwood, the beer, the site of an old battle, the meaning of an old road, sacred emblems by the roadside, the comic events of wayfaring. He has an equal appetite for them all. Has he not made a perfect book of these things, with 1,000 fancies added, in The Four Men? In The Four Men he has written a travel book which more than any other of his works has something of the passion of a personal confession. Here the pilgrim becomes nearly genial as he indulges in his humours against the rich and against policemen, and in behalf of Sussex against Kent and the rest of the inhabited world. Mr. Chesterton has spoken of Mr. Belloc as one who did and does humanly and heartily love England, not as a duty, but as a pleasure, and almost an indulgence. And The Four Men expresses this love humorously, inconsequently, and with a grave stepping elegance. There are few speeches in modern books better than the conversations in The Four Men. Mr. Belloc is not one of those disciples of realism who believe that the art of conversation is dead, and that modern people are only capable of addressing each other in one-line sentences. He has the traditional love of the fine speech, such as we find it in the ancient poets and historians and dramatists and satirists. He loves a monologue that passes from mockery to regret, that gathers up by the way anecdote and history and essay and foolery, that is half a narrative of things seen and half an irresponsible imagination. He can describe a runaway horse with the farcical realism of the authors of Some Experiences of an Irish R.M., can parody a judge, can paint a portrait, and can steep a landscape in vision. 2 recent critics have described him as the best English prose writer since Dryden, but that only means that Mr. Belloc's rush of genius has quite naturally swept them off their feet. If Mr. Belloc's love of country is an indulgence, his moods of suspicion and contempt are something of the same kind. He is nothing of a philanthropist in any sense of the word. He has no illusions about the virtue of the human race. He takes pleasure in scorn, and there is a flavour of bitterness in his jests. His fiction largely belongs to the comedy of corruption. He enjoys, and so do we, the thought of the poet in Sussex who had no money except 3 shillings, and a French penny which last someone had given him out of charity, taking him for a beggar a little way out of Brightling that very day. When he describes the popular rejoicings at the result of Mr. Clutterbuck's election, he comments, "The populace were wild with joy at their victory, and that portion of them who as bitterly mourned defeat would have been roughly handled had they not numbered quite half this vast assembly of human beings." He is a satirist and ironist even more than historian. His ironical essays are the best of their kind that have been written in recent years. Mr. Mandel and Mr. Shanks, in their little study, Hilaire Belloc, the Man and His Work, are more successful in their exposition of Mr. Belloc's theory of history, and the theory of politics which has arisen out of it, or out of which it has arisen, than they are in their definition of him as a man of letters. They have written a lively book on him, but they do not sufficiently communicate an impression of the kind of his exuberance, of his thrusting intellectual ardor, of his pomp as a narrator, of his blind and doctrinaire injustices, of his jesting like a Roman emperor's, of the strength of his happiness upon a journey, of his buckishness, of the queer lack of surprising phrases in his work, of his measured omniscience, of the immense weight of tradition in the manner of his writing. There are many contemporary writers whose work seems to be a development of journalism. Mr. Belloc's is the child of 4 literatures, or maybe half a dozen. He often writes carelessly, sometimes dully, but there is the echo of greatness in his work. He is one of the few contemporary men of genius whose books are underestimated rather than overestimated. He is an author who has brought back to the world something of the copiousness, fancy, appetite, power, and unreason of the talk that, one imagines, was once to be heard in the Mermaid Tavern. Part 3. The Two Mr. Chestertons. I cannot help wishing at times that Mr. Chesterton could be divided in 2. One half of him I should like to challenge to mortal combat as an enemy of the human race. The other half I would carry shoulder high through the streets. For Mr. Chesterton is at once detestable and splendid. He is detestable as a doctrinaire. He is splendid as a sage and a poet who juggles with stars and can keep 7 of them in the air at a time. For if he is a gamester, it is among the lamps of heaven. We can see to read by his sport. He writes in flashes, and hidden and fantastic truths suddenly show their faces in the play of his sentences. Unfortunately, his 2 personalities have become so confused that his later books sometimes strike one as being not so much a game played with light as a game of hide-and-seek between light and darkness. In the darkness he mutters incantations to the monstrous tyrannies of old time. In the light he is on his knees to liberty. He vacillates between superstition and faith. His is a genius at once enslaved and triumphantly rebel. This fatal duality is seen again and again in his references to the tyrannies of the Middle Ages. Thus he writes, "It need not be repeated that the case despotism is democratic. As a rule, its cruelty to the strong is kindness to the weak." I confess I do not know the rule to which Mr. Chesterton refers. The picture of the despot as a good creature who shields the poor from the rich is not to be found among the facts of history. The ordinary despot, in his attitude to the common people suffering from the oppressions of their lords, is best portrayed in the fable, if it be a fable, of Marie Antoinette and her flippancy about eating cake. I fancy, however, Mr. Chesterton's defence of despots is not the result of any real taste for them or acquaintance with their history. It is due simply to his passion for extremes. He likes a man, as the vulgar say, to be either one thing or the other. You must be either a pope or a revolutionist to please him. He loves the visible rhetoric of things, and the sober suits of comfortable citizens seem dull and neutral in comparison with the red of cardinals on the one hand and of caps of liberty on the other. This, I think, explains Mr. Chesterton's indifference to, if not dislike of, parliaments. Parliaments are monuments of compromise, and are guilty of the sin of unpicturesqueness. One would imagine that a historian of England who did not care for parliaments would be as hopelessly out of his element as a historian of Greece who did not care for the arts. And it is because Mr. Chesterton is indifferent to so much in the English genius and character that he has given us in his recent short History of England, instead of a history of England, a wild and wonderful pageant of argument. Already, he cries, as he relates how Parliament certainly encouraged and almost certainly obliged King Richard to break his pledge to the people after the Wat Tyler insurrection. Already Parliament is not merely a governing body, but a governing class. The history of England is to Mr. Chesterton largely the history of the rise of the governing class. He blames John Richard Green for leaving the people out of his history, but Mr. Chesterton himself has left out the people as effectually as any of the historians who went before him. The obsession of the governing class has thrust the people into the background. History revolves itself with him into a disgraceful epic of a governing class which despoils Pope and King with the right hand and the people with the left. It is a disgraceful epic, patched with splendid episodes. But it culminates in an appalling cry of doubt whether, after all, it might not be better for England to perish utterly in the Great War while fighting for liberty than to survive to behold the triumph of the governing class in a servile state of old age pensions and insurance acts. This theory of history, as being largely the story of the evolution of the governing class, is an extremely interesting and even fruitful theory. But it is purely fantastic unless we bear in mind that the governing class has been continually compelled to enlarge itself, and that its tendency is reluctantly to go on doing so until in the end it will be coterminous with the governed class. History is a tale of exploitation, but it is also a tale of liberation, and the overemphasis that Mr. Chesterton lays on exploitation by parliaments as compared with exploitation by popes and kings can only be due to infidelity in regard to some of the central principles of freedom. Surely it is possible to condemn the Insurance Act, if it must be condemned, without apologizing either for the Roman Empire or for the Roman ecclesiastical system. Mr. Chesterton, however, believes in giving way to one's prejudices. He says that history should be written backwards, and what does this mean but that it should be dyed in prejudice? Thus he cannot refer to the Hanoverian secession without indulging in a sudden outburst of heated rhetoric such as one might expect rather in a leading article in wartime. He writes, "With George there entered England something that had scarcely been seen there before, something hardly mentioned in medieval or Renaissance writing, except as one mentions a Hottentot, the barbarian from beyond the Rhine." Similarly, his characterization of the Revolution of 1688 is largely a result of his dislike of the governing classes of the present hour. "The Revolution reduced us to a country wholly governed by gentlemen. The popular universities and schools of the Middle Ages, like their guilds and abbeys, had been seized and turned into what they are, factories of gentlemen, when they are not merely factories of snobs." Both of these statements contain a grain of truth, but neither of them contains enough truth to be true. One might describe them as sweetmeats of history, of small nutritious value. One might say the same of his comments on the alliance between Chatham and Frederick the Great. The cannibal theory of a commonwealth, that it can of its nature eat other commonwealths, had entered Christendom. How finely said! But, alas, the cannibal theory of a commonwealth existed long before Chatham and Frederick the Great. The instinct to exploit is one of the most venerable instincts of the human race, whether in individual men or in nations of men. And ancient Hebrew and ancient Greek and ancient Rome had exhausted the passions of centuries in obedience to it before the language spoken either by Chatham or by Frederick was born. Christian Spain, Christian France, and Christian England had not in this matter disowned the example of their Jewish and pagan forerunners. What we are infinitely grateful to Mr. Chesterton for, however, is that he has sufficient imagination to loathe cannibalism wherever he sees it. True, he seems to forgive certain forms of cannibalism on the ground that it is an exaggeration to describe the flesh of a rich man as the flesh of a human being. But he does rage with genius at the continual eating of men that went on in England, especially after the spoliation of the monasteries in the reign of Henry VIII gave full scope to the greed of the strong. He sees that the England which Whig and Tory combined to defend as the perfection of the civilized world in the 18th and 19th centuries was an England governed by men whose chief claim to govern was founded on the fact that they had seized their country and were holding it against their countrymen. Mr. Chesterton rudely shatters the mirror of perfection in which the possessing class have long seen themselves. He writes in a brilliant passage, "It could truly be said of the English gentleman, as of another gallant and gracious individual, that his honour stood rooted in dishonour. He was, indeed, somewhat in the position of such an aristocrat of romance, whose splendour has the dark spot of a secret, and a sort of blackmail. His glory did not come from the Crusades, but from the great pillage. The oligarchs were descended from usurers and thieves. That, for good or evil, was the paradox of England. The typical aristocrat was the typical upstart. But the secret was worse. Not only was such a family founded on stealing, but the family was stealing still. It is a grim truth that, all through the 18th century, all through the great Whig speeches about liberty, all through the great Tory speeches about patriotism, through the period of Wandewash and Plassey, through the period of Trafalgar and Waterloo, one process was steadily going on in the central Senate of the nation. Parliament was passing bill after bill for the enclosure by the great landlords of such of the common lands as had survived out of the great communal system of the Middle Ages. It is much more than a pun. It is the prime political irony of our history. The commons were destroying the commons. It would be folly to suggest, however, that, conscious though Mr. Chesterton is of the crimes of history, he had turned history into a mere series of floggings of criminals. He is forever laying down the whip and inviting the criminals to take their seats while he paints gorgeous portraits of them in all the colors of the rainbow. His praise of the mighty rhetoricians of the 18th century could in some passages scarcely be more unstinted if he were a Whig of the Whigs. He cannot but admire the rotund speech and swelling adventures of those days. If we go farther back, we find him portraying even the Puritans with a strange splendor of color. They were, above all things, anti-historic, like the Futurists in Italy, and there was this unconscious greatness about them, that their very sacrilege was public and solemn like a sacrament. And they were ritualists, even as iconoclasts. It was, properly considered, but a very secondary example of their strange and violent simplicity that one of them, before a mighty mob at Whitehall, cut off the anointed head of the sacramental man of the Middle Ages. For another, far away in the western shires, cut down the thorn of Glastonbury, from which had grown the whole story of Britain. This last passage is valuable, not only because it reveals Mr. Chesterton as a marvellous rhetorician doing the honours of prose to his enemies, but because it helps to
explain the essentially
tragic view
he takes of English history.
I exaggerated a moment ago when I said that to Mr. Chesterton English history is the story of the rise of a governing class. What it really is to him is the story of a thorn bush cut down by a Puritan. He has hung all the candles of his faith on the sacred thorn, like the lights on a Christmas tree, and lo, it has been cut down and cast out of England with as little respect as though it were a verse from the Sermon on the Mount. It may be that Mr. Chesterton's sight is erratic, and that what he took to be the sacred thorn was really an upas tree. But, in a sense, that does not matter. He is entitled to his own fable, if he tells it honestly and beautifully. And it is as a tragic fable, or a romance of the downfall of liberty in England, that one reads his history. He himself contends in the last chapter of the book that the crisis in English history came with the fall of Richard II, following on his failures to use medieval despotism in the interests of medieval democracy. Mr. Chesterton's history would hardly be worth reading if he had made nothing more of it than is suggested in that sentence. His book, apart from occasional slogs of sophistry and fallacious argument, remains in the mind as a song of praise and dolour chanted by the imagination about an England that obeyed not God and despised the tree of life, but that may yet, he believes, hear once more the ancestral voices, and with her sons arrayed in trade unions and guilds, march riotously back into the Garden of Eden. End of Chapter 3 of Old and New Masters, Mr. G. K. Chesterton and Mr. Hilaire Belloc, by Robert Lind. Read by 5-Pack.
Freedom by Johann Fichte, 1806. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of Academical Freedom. The point to which we had arrived at the close of last lecture in our portraiture of the student to whom his own person had become holy through the view of his vocation as a divine thought, was the consideration of his outward manners. With this subject is connected an idea frequently broached, but seldom duly weighed, the idea of the academical freedom of the student. Much, indeed, of what has been said in treating this subject lies below the dignity of these lectures, and in proceeding further, our first duty will be to find a way of elevating it to our own standard. Hence I not only cheerfully admit that the discussion of this idea, which I hope to accomplish today, is a mere episode in my general plan, I must even entreat you so to consider it. But although this is a subject which one is almost unconsciously disposed to pass over altogether in a review of the moral behavior of the student, yet I do not hold this discussion to be one whit less legitimate because it is commonly avoided, and quite properly avoided, since it may so easily degenerate into polemics or satire, from both of which we are secured by the tone of these lectures. What is academic freedom? The answer to this question is our task for today. As every object may be looked upon from a double point of view, partly historical, partly philosophical, so may the subject of our present inquiry. Let us in the first place survey it from the historical point of view, namely, let us try to discover what they meant by it who first allowed and introduced academic freedom. Academies have always been considered as higher schools, in opposition to the lower preparatory schools, or schools properly so called. Hence the student at the academy in opposition to the student at the school. The freedom of the former could thus be understood to be emancipation from some constraint to which the latter was subject. Thus the pupil, for example, was compelled to appear at his class in a particular kind of clothing, which in those days indicated the dignity of the future scholar. He dared not neglect his fixed hours of study, and he had many other duties imposed upon him, which were then regarded as a sort of sacred service, preparatory to the future spiritual office to which the student was usually destined, as, for instance, choir singing. In all these respects he was subject to strict and constant inspection. The transgressor was often ignominiously punished, and indeed the teacher himself was both overseer and judge. Meanwhile, universities arose, and the outward, unlearned world would naturally be inclined to place them under similar regulations to those adopted in the only educational institutions with which it was familiar, namely such as it saw in the schools. But this did not ensue, and it was impossible that it should ensue. The founders of the first universities were scholars of distinguished talent and energy. Thereby they had fought their way through the surrounding darkness of their age to whatever insight they possessed. They were wholly devoted to their scientific pursuits, and lived in them alone. They were encompassed by a brilliant reputation. In the circles of the great they were esteemed, honored, consulted as oracles. They could never condescend to assume the position of overseers and pedagogues toward their hearers. Hence it was that they held in great contempt the teachers of the lower schools, from whose level they had raised themselves by their own ability, and for that reason they would neither practice nor allow themselves to be distinguished by those things which characterized the former. Their call assembled around them hundreds and thousands from all countries of Europe. The number of their hearers increased both their importance and their wealth, and it could not be expected that they should give annoyance in any shape to those who brought those benefits to them. Besides, how was it possible that young men with whom they had but a passing acquaintance among hundreds of their fellows, who in a few months, a year, or at most a few years, would return to distant homes, should interest them closely or engage their affections? Neither the moral demeanor nor the scientific progress of their hearers interested them, and in these days a well-known Latin adage, which speaks of taking gold and sending home, very naturally arose. Academic freedom had arisen as emancipation from the constraints of school, and from all supervision on the part of the teacher over the morality, industry, or scientific progress of the student, who was to him a hearer and nothing more. This is the one side of the picture. It can easily be imagined, and on the supposition that no very high standard of morality then existed, it might very well occur that these founders of the early universities did so think of this matter, and that a portion of this mode of thought has come down to us through past centuries. Let us now look at the other side. What then was the natural and reasonable effect of this idea of academical freedom on the minds of the students? Did they think themselves highly honored by this indifference on the part of their teacher to their moral dignity and scientific improvement? And did they demand this indifference as a sacred right? I cannot believe it. For this indifference amounts to disregard and contempt of the student, and it is most offensive to tell him to his face by such treatment, "I care not what you become." Or would it be natural for them to conclude from the carelessness of others about their moral demeanor and regular application to study, that therefore they themselves were entitled to neglect these things if they chose? And would they have acted reasonably had they made their academic freedom only a right to be immoral and indolent? I cannot believe it. Much more reasonable would it be had they determined, because of this want of foreign superintendence, to exercise a stricter surveillance over themselves, if out of this freedom from outward constraint had arisen a clearer perception of their duty to urge themselves onward so much the more powerfully, to watch over themselves so much the more incessantly, and to look upon their academic freedom as liberty to do all that is becoming and right by their own determination. In short, academic freedom of the student taken historically, according to its actual introduction into the world, exhibits in its origin and its progress, and in what of it still exists, an unjust and indecent contempt for the whole class of students, as a most insignificant class, and the student who considers himself honored by this freedom and lays claim to it as a right has fallen into a most extraordinary delusion. He is certainly ill-informed, and has never seriously reflected on the subject. It may indeed become the well-disposed man of riper years, who is always ready to turn an indulgent eye upon life and youth, to avert his attention from the awkwardness, the rudeness, and the many errors into which unbridled energy is apt to fall, good-naturedly to laugh at these, and to think that wisdom will come with years. But the youth who feels himself honored by this judgment, and even demands it as his due, cannot have attributed to him a very delicate sense of honor. Let us now consider this subject, the academic freedom of the student in its philosophical sense, namely, as it should be, as under certain conditions it may be, and, what follows from thence, how the actually existing academic freedom will be accepted by the student who understands and honors his vocation. We shall open a way to the attainment of insight into this matter through the following principles. 1. The external freedom of the citizen is limited in every direction and on all possible sides by law, and the more perfect the law, the greater is the limitation, and so it should be, for this is the proper office of law. Hence there is no sphere remaining in which inward freedom and morality of the citizen can be outwardly exhibited and proved, and there should be no such sphere. All that must be done is commanded under penalties. All that is not to be done is forbidden, likewise under penalties. Every inward temptation to neglect what is commanded, or to do what is forbidden, is counterbalanced in the conscience of the citizen by the firm conviction that should he give way to the temptation, he must in consequence suffer a certain amount of evil. Let it not be said, there is no existing legislation so all-comprehensive, nor is the sagacity and vigilance of any tribunal so infallible, that every offence is sure to meet its punishment. I know this, but as I said before, it should be thus, and this is what we should regularly and constantly approximate to. Legislation cannot calculate on the morality of men for its object. The freedom and security of all within their respective spheres cannot be left to depend on so uncertain a thing. For the just man there is indeed no law under any possible legislation. He will commit no evil, even although it were not forbidden. Whatever is good and right, that he will do without being urged to it by the command of authority. He is never tempted to crime, and therefore the idea of its attendant punishment never enters his mind. He is conscious of his virtue, and in this consciousness he has his reward within himself. But externally there is no distinction between him and the unjust man, who is only withheld from the commission of every wrong within his power, and only impelled to every act of duty by the threatenings of the law. The first cannot do or leave undone anything more than the latter, but only does or does not the same things from a different motive, which is not outwardly apparent. 2. The scholar and the unlearned person under his legislation stand and should stand on common ground. As citizens, both can raise themselves above the law in the same way, by integrity of purpose, but this is not calculated upon in either of them, and in neither case this integrity becomes apparent in the sphere of external legislation. And since the scholar is further a member of a certain class in the state, and practices in it a certain calling, he lies also under the compulsory obligations belonging to that class and calling. And here, once more, it cannot be apparent whether he fulfills his duties in this sphere from integrity of purpose or from fear of punishment. Nor does it in any way concern the community by what motive he is actuated, so that his duties are fulfilled. Lastly, in those regions which have either not yet been reached by an imperfect legislation, or which cannot be reached at all by any external legislation, he is still accompanied by the fear of disgrace, and here again it cannot be seen whether he does his duty in consequence of this fear or from inward integrity of purpose. 3. But besides these, there are yet other relations of the scholar with which external legislation cannot interfere, and in which it cannot watch over the fulfilment of his duty, where the scholar must be a law to himself and hold himself to its fulfilment. In the divine idea he carries in himself the form of the future age, which one day must clothe itself with reality, and he must show an example and lay down a law to coming generations, for which he will seek in vain either in present or past times. In every age that idea clothes itself in a new form and seeks to shape the surrounding world in its image, and thus do continually arise new relations of the world to the idea and a new kind of opposition in the form of the latter. It is the business of the scholar so to interpose in this strife as to reconcile the activity with the purity of his idea, its influence with its dignity. His idea must not lie concealed within him. It must go forth and seize upon the world, and he is urged to this activity by the deepest impulses of his being. But the world is incapable of receiving this idea in its purity. On the contrary, it strives to drag down the idea to the level of vulgar thought. Could he forego aught of this purity, his task would be an easy one. But he is filled with reverence for the idea, and he can give up no part of its perfection. Hence he has a difficult task of reconciling these purposes. No law. But why do I speak of laws? No example of the foreworld or of his own time can reveal to him the means of this union. For so surely as the idea has assumed a new form in him, has his case never before occurred. Even reflection of itself cannot give him this point of union. For although by reflection the idea itself in all its purity is revealed as the first point of the union, yet much more is needed before the second point, the mental condition of the surrounding world, and what may be expected from it, can be clearly and fully comprehended in the same thought. Well may those who have wrought most mightily upon their age have closed their career with the inward confession of their reliance on the spirit of their time had ever proved fallacious, that they never supposed it to be so perverse and imbecile as it afterwards proved, and that while they accurately estimated one of its aberrations and avoided it, another, hitherto unperceived, revealed itself. To succeed at all at any time, there is needed in addition to reflection a certain tact, which can only be acquired by early exercise and habit. Further, it is clear that in this matter, in doing everything possible to reconcile the opposition between the inward purity of the idea and its external activity, the scholar can only be guided by his own determination, can have no other judge but himself, and no motive external to himself. In this no stranger can judge him, in this no stranger can even wholly understand him, nor divine the deep purpose of his actions. In this region, so far is respect for the judgment of others from aiding his intention, that on the contrary he must here cast aside foreign opinion altogether, and look upon it as if it were not. He is led by his own purpose alone, and truly he needs a mighty and immovable purpose to keep his ground against the temptations which arise even from his noblest inclinations. What is more noble than the impulse to action, to sway the minds of men, and to compel their thoughts to the holy and divine? And yet this impulse may become a temptation to represent the holy in a common and familiar garb for the sake of popularity, and so to desecrate it. What is more noble than the deepest reverence for the holy, and disdain and annihilation of everything vulgar and opposed to it? And yet this very reverence might tempt someone to reject his age altogether, to cast it from him and cease to hold any intercourse with it. A mighty and good will is needed to resist either the first and the most powerful, or the second of these temptations. It is evident from these considerations that for this peculiar vocation the scholar needs shrewd practical wisdom, a profound morality, strict watchfulness over himself, and a fine delicacy of feeling. It follows that at an early age he should be placed in a position where it is possible and necessary for him to acquire this practical wisdom and delicacy of feeling, and that this cultivation of mind and character should be a peculiar element in the education of the future scholar. Every citizen without exception may cultivate these qualities, and must have it in his power to do so. Legislation must leave this possibility open to him. It is compelled to do so by its very nature. But it does not concern the legislature or the commonwealth whether the citizen does or does not elevate himself to this state, because his vocation still remains within the range of external jurisdiction. But as to the scholar, it is of importance to the commonwealth and to the whole human race that he should raise himself to the purest morality, allied with sound practical wisdom, since he is destined one day to enter a sphere where he absolutely leaves behind him all external judgment. The legislation for him, therefore, should not merely allow him the possibility of moral cultivation, like every other citizen, but, so far as in it lies, it should place him under the outward necessity of acquiring this cultivation. And how can it do this? evidently only by leaving him to his own judgment as to what is becoming, seemly, and appropriate, and to his own superintendence over himself. Is he to create for himself an independent sense of what is proper and becoming? How can he do so if the law accompanies him everywhere, and everywhere declares what he is to do and what to avoid? Let the law prohibit those whom she can retain under her yoke from indulgence in everything which she wishes them to renounce. But as for him who must one day leave her jurisdiction, let her trust him betimes as a noble and free man. The man of cultivated morality does not wait until the law discovers a thing to be unseemly and directs its prohibition against it. It would be ignominy for him to need such direction. He anticipates the decree and relinquishes that in which the vulgar around him indulge without scruple, simply because it is unbecoming his higher nature. Give the student room to place himself in this class by his own effort alone. Is he to unfold in himself a profound and powerful morality, a tender delicacy of sentiment, a deep sense of honor? How can he do this surrounded by threats of punishment? Let the law rather speak to him thus: so far as I am concerned, thou mayest leave the path of right and follow after evil. No other harm shall overtake thee but to be despised and scorned, despised even by thyself when thou turnest thy eye inwards. If thou wilt venture on this peril, venture on it without fear. Is the human race one day to confide to him its most important interests, and in his dealings with those interests is he to have confidence in himself? How can men trust him when they have never proved him? How can he trust himself when he has never proved his own strength? He who has not yet been faithful in small things cannot be entrusted with great things. And he who has not been able to stand a trial before himself cannot without the basest dishonor accept an important trust. On these grounds we rest the claims of academic freedom, of an extensive yet well considered academic freedom. In a perfect state, the outward constitution of universities would, in my opinion, be the following. In the first place, the students would be separated from other classes of the community pursuing different avocations, so that these classes might not, by the supposed possible abuse of academic freedom, be harassed or injured, tempted to similar irregularities, or misled into a hatred of the law while living under its rule by the daily sight of a class free from its restraints. The students at these universities would enjoy a high degree of freedom, instructions on morality and duty, and impressive pictures of a true life would indeed be laid before them. They would be surrounded by good examples, and their teachers would not only be profound scholars, but the choice of the best men in the nation. But of compulsory laws there would be very few. Let them freely choose either good or evil. The time of study is but the time of trial. The time for the decision of their fate comes afterwards. And our arrangement has this advantage, that unworthiness, where it exists, is clearly recognized as such, and can no longer be concealed. The present actual constitution of universities is indeed by no means of this kind. It is doubtful whether academic freedom was ever looked upon from the point of view from which we have described it, particularly whether it was ever so looked upon by those who gave the universities their constitution. Academic freedom has actually arisen in the way described in a former part of this lecture, namely, from disrespect towards the student class, and we may leave it undetermined by what influences the remnants of this system are now maintained. For even were it admitted that the same disrespect for the class, which still exists although in a less degree, and perhaps want of skill to abolish these relics of another age, were its only supports, yet this is of no moment to the true-minded student, who judges of things not by their outward form, but by their inward spirit. Whatever others may think of academic freedom, he, for his part, takes it in its true sense, as a means by which he may learn to direct himself when outward precept leaves him, watch over himself when no one else watches over him, urges himself forward where there is no longer any outward impulse, and thus train and strengthen himself for his future high vocation. End of Academical Freedom by Johann Fichte, published in 1809, from the Nature of the Scholar and its Manifestations. Personal Identity by Joseph Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whether we are to live in the future state, as it is the most important question which can possibly be asked, so it is the most intelligible one which can be expressed in language. Yet strange perplexities have been raised about the meaning of that identity or sameness of person which is implied in the notion of our living now and hereafter, or in any two successive moments. And the solution of these difficulties hath been stranger than the difficulties themselves, for personal identity has been explained so by some as to render the inquiry concerning a future life of no consequence at all to us, the persons who are making it. And though few men can be misled by such subtleties, yet it may be proper a little to consider them. Now, when it is asked wherein personal identity consists, the answer should be the same as if it were asked wherein consists similitude or equality, that all attempts to define would but perplex it. Yet there is no difficulty at all in ascertaining the idea. For as upon two triangles being compared or viewed together, there arises to the mind the idea of similitude, or upon twice 2 and 4 the idea of equality. So likewise, upon comparing the consciousness of one's self or one's own existence in any two moments, there as immediately arises to the mind the idea of personal identity. And as the two former comparisons not only give us the idea of similitude and equality, but also show us that two triangles are alike, and twice 2 and 4 are equal, so the latter comparison not only gives us the idea of personal identity, but also shows us the identity of ourselves in those two moments, the present, suppose, and that immediately past, or the present, and that a month, a year, or 20 years past. Or, in other words, by reflecting upon that which is myself now, and that which was myself 20 years ago, I discern they are not two, but one and the same self. But though consciousness of what is past does thus ascertain our personal identity to ourselves, yet to say that it makes personal identity, or is necessary to our being the same persons, is to say that a person has not existed a single moment, nor done one action, but what he can remember, indeed, none but what he reflects upon. And one should really think it self-evident that consciousness or personal identity presupposes, and therefore cannot constitute, personal identity, any more than knowledge, in any other case, can constitute truth, which it presupposes. This wonderful mistake may possibly have arisen from hence, that to be endued with consciousness is inseparable from the idea of a person or intelligent being. For this might be expressed inaccurately thus, that consciousness makes personality, and from hence it might be concluded to make personal identity. But though present consciousness of what we at present do and feel is necessary to our being the persons we now are, yet present consciousness of past actions or feelings is not necessary to our being the same persons who performed those actions or had those feelings. The inquiry, what makes vegetables the same in the common acceptation of the word, does not appear to have any relation to this of personal identity, because the word same, when applied to them and to person, is not only applied to different subjects, but is also used in different senses. For when a man swears to the same tree as having stood 50 years in the same place, he means only the same as to all the purposes of property and uses of common life, and not that the tree has been all that time the same in the strict philosophical sense of the word. For he does not know whether any one particle of the present tree be the same with any one particle of the tree which stood in the same place 50 years ago. And if they have not one common particle of matter, they cannot be the same tree in the proper philosophical sense of the word same, it being evidently a contradiction in terms to say they are when no part of their substance and no one of their properties is the same, no part of their substance by the supposition, no one of their properties, because it is allowed that the same property cannot be transferred from one substance to another. And therefore when we say the identity or sameness of a plant consists in a continuation of the same life, communicated under the same organization to a number of particles of matter, whether the same or not, the word same, when applied to life and to organization, cannot possibly be understood to signify what it signifies in this very sentence, when applied to matter. In a loose and popular sense, then, the life and the organization of the plant are justly said to be the same, notwithstanding the perpetual change of the parts. But in a strict and philosophical sense of speech, no man, no being, no mode of being, no anything can be the same with that with which it has indeed nothing the same. Now sameness is used in this latter sense when applied to persons. The identity of these, therefore, cannot subsist with diversity of substance. The thing here considered and demonstratively, as I think, determined, is proposed by Mr. Locke in these words: whether it, namely, the same self or person, be the same identical substance. And he has suggested what is a much better answer to the question than that which he gives it in form. He defines person, a thinking, intelligent being, etc., and personal identity, the sameness of a rational being. The question then is, whether the same rational being is the same substance, which needs no answer, because being and substance in this place stand for the same idea. The ground of the doubt whether the same person be the same substance is said to be this: that the consciousness of our own existence in youth and in old age, or in any two joint successive moments, is not the same individual action, namely, not the same consciousness, but different successive consciousnesses. Now it is strange that this should have occasioned such perplexities. For it is surely conceivable that a person may have a capacity of knowing some object or other to be same now which it was when he contemplated it formerly. Yet in this case, whereby the supposition, the object is perceived to be the same, the perception of it in any two moments cannot be one and the same perception. And thus, though the successive consciousnesses which we have of our own existence are not the same, yet are they consciousnesses of one and the same thing or object, of the same person, self, or living agent. The person of whose existence the consciousness is felt now, and was felt an hour or a year ago, is discerned to be not two persons, but one and the same person, and therefore is one and the same. Mr. Locke's observations upon this subject appear hasty, and he seems to profess himself dissatisfied with suppositions which he has made relating to it. But some of those hasty observations have been carried to a strange length by others, whose notion, when traced and examined to the bottom, amounts, I think, to this: that personality is not a permanent but a transient thing, that it lives and dies, begins and ends continually, that no one can any more remain one and the same person 2 moments together than 2 successive moments can be one and the same moment, that our substance is indeed continually changing, but whether this be so or not is, it seems, nothing to the purpose, since it is not substance but consciousness alone which constitutes personality, which consciousness being successive cannot be the same in any 2 moments, nor consequently the personality constituted by it. And from hence it must follow that it is a fallacy upon ourselves to charge our present selves with anything we did, or to imagine our present selves interested in anything which befell us yesterday, or that our present self will be interested in what will befall us tomorrow, since our present self, if not, in reality, the same with the self of yesterday, but another like self or person coming in its room, and mistaken for it, to which another self will succeed tomorrow. This, I say, must follow, for if the self or person of today and that of tomorrow are not the same, but only like persons, the person of today is really no more interested in what will befall the person of tomorrow than in what will befall any other person. It may be thought, perhaps, that this is not a just representation of the opinion we are speaking of, because those who maintain it allow that a person is the same as far back as his remembrance reaches, and indeed they do use the words identity and same person. Nor will language permit these words to be laid aside, since if they were, there must be I know not what ridiculous periphrasis substituted in the room of them. But they cannot, consistently with themselves, mean that the person is really the same. For it is self-evident that the personality cannot be really the same if, as they expressly assert, that in which it consists is not the same. And as consistently with themselves they cannot, so, I think it appears, they do not mean that the person is really the same, but only that he is so in a fictitious sense, in such a sense only as they assert. For this they do assert that any number of persons whatever may be the same person. The bare unfolding this notion and laying it thus naked and open seems the best confutation of it. However, since great stress is said to be put upon it, I add the following things. First, this notion is absolutely contradictory to that certain conviction when necessarily and every moment rises within it. When we turn our thoughts upon ourselves, when we reflect upon what is past and look forward upon what is to come, all imagination of a daily change of that living agent which each man calls himself for another, or of any such change throughout our whole present life, is entirely borne down by our natural sense of things. Nor is it possible for a person in his wits to alter his conduct with regard to his health or affairs from a suspicion that, though he should live tomorrow, he should not, however, be the same person he is today. And yet, if it be reasonable to act with respect to a future life upon this notion that personality is transient, it is reasonable to act upon it with respect to the present. Here then is a notion equally applicable to religion and to our temporal concerns, and everyone sees and feels the inexpressible absurdity of it in the latter case. If therefore any can take up with it in the former, this cannot proceed from reason of the thing, but must be owing to an inward unfairness and secret corruption of heart. Secondly, it is not an idea or abstract notion or quality, but a being only, which is capable of life and action, of happiness and misery. Now all beings confessedly continue the same during the whole time of their existence. Consider then a living being now existing, and which has existed for any time alive. This living being must have done and suffered and enjoyed what it has done and suffered and enjoyed formerly. This living being, I say, and not another. as really as it does and suffers and enjoys what it does and suffers and enjoys this instant. All these successive actions, enjoyments and sufferings are actions, enjoyments and sufferings of the same living being, and they are so prior to all consideration of its remembering or forgetting, since remembering or forgetting can make no alteration in the truth of past matter of fact. And suppose this being endued with limited powers of knowledge and memory, there is no more difficulty in conceiving it to have a power of knowing itself to be the same living being which it was some time ago, of remembering some of its actions, sufferings, and enjoyments, and forgetting others, than in conceiving it to know or remember or forget anything else. Thirdly, every person is conscious that he is now the same person or self he was as far back as his remembrance reaches, since when any one reflects upon a past action of his own, he is just as certain of the person who did that action, namely himself, the person who now reflects upon it, as he is certain that the action was at all done. Nay, very often a person's assurance of an action having been done, of which he is absolutely assured, arises wholly from the consciousness that he himself did it. And this he, person, or self, must either be a substance, or the property of some substance. If person, be a substance, then consciousness that he is the same person is consciousness that he is the same substance. If the person or he be the property of a substance, still consciousness that he is the same property is as certain a proof that his substance remains the same as consciousness that he remains the same substance would be, since the same property cannot be transferred from one substance to another. But though we are thus certain that we are the same agents, living beings or substances now which we were as far back as our remembrance reaches, yet it is asked whether we may not possibly be deceived in it. And this question may be asked at the end of any demonstration whatever, because it is a question concerning the truth of perception by memory. And he who can doubt whether perception by memory can in this case be depended upon, may doubt also whether perception by deduction and reasoning, which also include memory, or indeed whether intuitive perception can. Hence then we go no further, for it is ridiculous to attempt to prove the truth of those perceptions whose truth we can no otherwise prove than by other perceptions of exactly the same kind with them, and which there is just the same grounds to suspect, or to attempt to prove the truth of our faculties, which can no otherwise be proved than by the use or means of those very suspected faculties themselves. End of Personal Identity by Joseph Butler, 1692 to 1752.
Origin and Development of the Quantum Theory by Max Planck, translated by H.T. Clarke and L. Silberstein, being the Nobel Prize address delivered before the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences at Stockholm, 2 June 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My task this day is to present an address dealing with the subjects of my publications. I feel I can best discharge this duty, the significance of which is deeply impressed upon me by my debt of gratitude to the generous founder of this institute, by attempting to sketch in outline the history of the origin of the quantum theory, and to give a brief account of the development of this theory and its influence on the physics of the present day. When I recall the days of 20 years ago, when the conception of the physical quantum of action was first beginning to disentangle itself from the surrounding mass of available experimental facts, and when I look back upon the long and tortuous road which finally led to its disclosure, this development strikes me at times as a new illustration of Goethe's saying, that man errs so long as he is striving. And all the mental effort of an assiduous investigator must indeed appear vain and hopeless, if he does not occasionally run across striking facts which form incontrovertible proof of the truth he seeks, and show him that after all he has moved at least one step nearer to his objective. The pursuit of a goal, the brightness of which is undimmed by initial failure, is an indispensable condition, though by no means a guarantee of final success. In my own case, such a goal has been, for many years, the solution of the question of the distribution of energy in the normal spectrum of radiant heat. The discovery by Gustav Kirchhoff that the quality of the heat radiation produced in an enclosure surrounded by any emitting or absorbing bodies whatsoever, all at the same temperature, is entirely independent of the nature of such bodies, established the existence of a universal function which depends only upon the temperature and the wavelength, and is entirely independent of the particular properties of the substance. And the discovery of this remarkable function promised a deeper insight into the relation between energy and temperature, which is the principal problem of thermodynamics, and therefore also of the entire field of molecular physics. The only road to this function was to search among all the different bodies occurring in nature, to select one of which the emissive and absorptive powers were known, and to calculate the energy distribution in the heat radiation in equilibrium with that body. This distribution should then, according to Kirchhoff's law, be independent of the nature of the body. A most suitable body for this purpose seemed H. Hertz's rectilinear oscillator, dipole, whose laws of emission for a given frequency he had just then fully developed. If a number of such oscillators be distributed in an enclosure surrounded by reflecting walls, there would take place, in analogy with sources and resonators in the case of sound, an exchange of energy by means of the emission and reception of electromagnetic waves, and finally what is known as black body radiation, corresponding to Kirchhoff's law, should establish itself in the vacuum enclosure. I expected in a way which certainly seems at the present day somewhat naive, that the laws of classical electrodynamics would suffice, if one adhered sufficiently to generalities and avoided too special hypotheses, to account in the main for the expected phenomena, and thus lead to the desired goal. I thus first developed, in as general terms as possible, the laws of the emission and absorption of a linear resonator, as a matter of fact by a rather circuitous route, which might have been avoided had I used the electron theory which had just been put forward by H.A. Lorentz. But as I had not yet complete confidence in that theory, I preferred to consider the energy radiating from and into a spherical surface of a suitably large radius drawn around the resonator. In this connection we need to consider only processes in an absolute vacuum, the knowledge of which, however, is all that is required to draw the necessary conclusions concerning the energy changes of the resonator. The outcome of this long series of investigations, of which some could be tested and were verified by comparison with existing observations, e.g. the measurements of V. Bjerknes on damping, was the establishment of a general relation between the energy of a resonator of a definite free frequency and the energy radiation of the corresponding spectral region in the surrounding field in equilibrium with it. The remarkable result was obtained that this relation is independent of the nature of the resonator, and in particular of its coefficient of damping, a result which was particularly welcome, since it introduced the simplification that the energy of the radiation could be replaced by the energy of the resonator, so that a simple system of one degree of freedom could be substituted for a complicated system having many degrees of freedom. But this result constituted only a preparatory advance towards the attack on the main problem, which now towered up in all its imposing height. The first attempt to master it failed, for my original hope that the radiation emitted by the resonator would differ in some characteristic way from the absorbed radiation, and thus afford the possibility of applying a differential equation by the integration of which a particular condition for the composition of the stationary radiation could be reached, was not realized. The resonator reacted only to those rays which were emitted by itself, and exhibited no trace of resonance to neighboring spectral regions. Moreover, my suggestion that the resonator might be able to exert a one-sided, i.e. irreversible, action on the energy of the surrounding radiation field called forth the emphatic protest of Ludwig Boltzmann, who with his more mature experience in these questions succeeded in showing that according to the laws of classical dynamics, every one of the processes I was considering could take place in exactly the opposite sense. Thus a spherical wave emitted from a resonator, when reversed, shrinks in concentric spherical surfaces of continually decreasing size onto the resonator, is absorbed by it, and so permits the resonator to send out again into space the energy formerly absorbed in the direction from which it came. And although I was able to exclude such singular processes as inwardly directed spherical waves by the introduction of a special restriction, to wit, the hypothesis of natural radiation, yet in the course of these investigations it became more and more evident that in the chain of argument an essential link was missing, which should lead to the comprehension of the nature of the entire question. The only way out of the difficulty was to attack the problem from the opposite side, from the standpoint of thermodynamics, a domain in which I felt more at home. And as a matter of fact, my previous studies on the second law of thermodynamics served me here in good stead, in that my first impulse was to bring not the temperature but the entropy of the resonator into relation with its energy. More accurately, not the entropy itself, but its second derivative with respect to the energy, for it is this differential coefficient that has a direct physical significance for the irreversibility of the exchange of energy between the resonator and the radiation. But as I was at that time too much devoted to pure phenomenology to inquire more closely into the relation between entropy and probability, I felt compelled to limit myself to the available experimental results. Now, at that time, in 1899, interest was centered on the law of the distribution of energy, which had not long before been proposed by W. Wien, the experimental verification of which had been undertaken by F. Paschen in Hanover, and by O. Lummer and E. Pringsheim of the Reichsanstalt, Charlottenburg. This law expresses the intensity of radiation in terms of the temperature by means of an exponential function. On calculating the relation following from this law between the entropy and energy of a resonator, the remarkable result is obtained that the reciprocal value of the above differential coefficient, which I shall here denote by R, is proportional to the energy. This extremely simple relation can be regarded as an adequate expression of Wien's law of the distribution of energy. For with the dependence on the energy, that of the wavelength is always directly given by the well-established displacement law of Wien. Since this whole problem deals with a universal law of nature, and since I was then, as today, pervaded with a view that the more general and natural a law is, the simpler it is, although the question as to which formulation is to be regarded as the simpler cannot always be definitely and unambiguously decided, I believed for the time that the basis of the law of the distribution of energy could be expressed by the theorem that the value of R is proportional to the energy. But in view of the results of new measurements, this conception soon proved untenable. For while Wien's law was completely satisfactory for small values of energy and for short waves, on the one hand it was shown by O. Lummer and E. Pringsheim that considerable deviations were obtained with longer waves, and on the other hand the measurements carried out by H. Rubens and F. Kurlbaum with the infrared residual rays (Reststrahlen) of fluorospar and rock salt disclosed a totally different, but, under certain circumstances, a very simple relation characterized by the proportionality of the value of R not to the energy, but to the square of the energy. The longer the waves and the greater the energy, the more accurately did this relation hold. Thus two simple limits were established by direct observation for the function R. For small energies, proportionality to the energy. For large energies, proportionality to the square of the energy. Nothing therefore seems simpler than to put it in the general case, R equal to the sum of a term proportional to the first power and another proportional to the square of the energy, so that the first term is relevant for small energies and the second for large energies. And thus was found a new radiation formula, which up to the present has withstood experimental examination fairly satisfactorily. Nevertheless, it cannot be regarded as having been experimentally confirmed with final accuracy, and a renewed test would be most desirable. But even if this radiation formula should prove to be absolutely accurate, it would, after all, be only an interpolation formula found by happy guesswork, and would thus leave one rather unsatisfied. I was, therefore, from the day of its origination, occupied with the task of giving it a real physical meaning, and this question led me, along Boltzmann's line of thought, to the consideration of the relation between entropy and probability, until after some weeks of the most intense work of my life, clearness began to dawn upon me, and an unexpected view revealed itself in the distance. Let me here make a small digression. Entropy, according to Boltzmann, is a measure of a physical probability, and the meaning of the second law of thermodynamics is that the more probable a state is, the more frequently it will occur in nature. Now what one measures are only the differences of entropy, and never entropy itself, and consequently one cannot speak in a definite way of the absolute entropy of a state. But nevertheless, the introduction of an appropriately defined absolute magnitude of entropy is to be recommended, for the reason that by its help certain general laws can be formulated with great simplicity. As far as I can see, the case is here the same as with energy. Energy, too, cannot itself be measured, only its differences can. In fact, the concept used by our predecessors was not energy but work, and even Ernst Mach, who devoted much attention to the law of conservation of energy, but at the same time strictly avoided all speculations exceeding the limits of observation, always abstained from speaking of energy itself. Similarly, in the early days of thermochemistry, one was content to deal with heats of reaction, that is to say again with differences of energy, until Wilhelm Ostwald emphasized that many complicated calculations could be materially shortened if energies instead of calorimetric numbers were used. The additive constant which thus remained undetermined for energy was later finally fixed by the relativistic law of the proportionality between energy and inertia. As in the case of energy, it is now possible to define an absolute value of entropy, and thus of physical probability, by fixing the additive constant so that together with the energy, or better still, the temperature, the entropy also should vanish. Such considerations led to a comparatively simple method of calculating the physical probability of a given distribution of energy in a system of resonators, which yielded precisely the same expression for entropy as that corresponding to the radiation law. And it gave me particular satisfaction, in compensation for many disappointments I had encountered, to learn from Ludwig Boltzmann of his interest and entire acquiescence in my new line of reasoning. To work out these probability considerations, the knowledge of two universal constants is required, each of which has an independent meaning, so that the evaluation of these constants from the radiation law could serve as an a posteriori test whether the whole process is merely a mathematical artifice or has a true physical meaning. The first constant is of a somewhat formal nature. It is connected with the definition of temperature. If temperature were defined as the mean kinetic energy of a molecule in a perfect gas, which is a minute energy indeed, this constant would have the value 2/3. But in the conventional scale of temperature, the constant assumes, instead of 2/3, an extremely small value, which naturally is intimately connected with the energy of a single molecule, so that its accurate determination would lead to the calculation of the mass of a molecule and of associated magnitudes. This constant is frequently termed Boltzmann's constant, although to the best of my knowledge Boltzmann himself never introduced it, an odd circumstance which no doubt can be explained by the fact that he, as appears from certain of his statements, never believed it would be possible to determine this constant accurately. Nothing can better illustrate the rapid progress of experimental physics within the last 20 years than the fact that during this period not only one, but a host of methods have been discovered by means of which the mass of a single molecule can be measured with almost the same accuracy as that of a planet. While at the time when I carried out this calculation on the basis of the radiation law, an exact test of the value thus obtained was quite impossible, and one could scarcely hope to do more than test the admissibility of its order of magnitude. It was not long before E. Rutherford and H. Geiger succeeded, by means of a direct count of the alpha particles, in determining the value of the electrical elementary charge as 4.65 times 10 to the minus 10th, the agreement of which with my value, 4.69 times 10 to the minus 10th, could be regarded as a decisive confirmation of my theory. Since then, further methods have been developed by E. Regener, R. A. Millikan, and others, which have led to a but slightly higher value. Much less simple than that of the first was the interpretation of the second universal constant of the radiation law, which as the product of energy and time, amounting on a first calculation to 6.55 times 10 to the minus 27th erg sec, I call the elementary quantum of action. While this constant was absolutely indispensable to the attainment of a correct expression for entropy, for only with its aid could be determined the magnitude of the elementary region or range of probability necessary for the statistical treatment of the problem, it obstinately withstood all attempts at fitting it, in any suitable form, into the frame of the classical theory. So long as it could be regarded as infinitely small, that is to say, for large values of energy or long periods of time, all went well. But in the general case, a difficulty arose at some point or other, which became the more pronounced, the weaker and the more rapid the oscillations. The failure of all attempts to bridge this gap soon placed one before the dilemma: either the quantum of action was only a fictitious magnitude, and therefore the entire deduction from the radiation law was illusory and a mere juggling with formulae, or there is at the bottom of this method of deriving the radiation law some true physical concept. If the latter were the case, the quantum would have to play a fundamental role in physics, heralding the advent of a new state of things, destined, perhaps, to transform completely our physical concepts, which since the introduction of the infinitesimal calculus by Leibniz and Newton have been founded upon the assumption of the continuity of all causal chains of events. Experience has decided for the second alternative, but that the decision should come so soon and so unhesitatingly was due not to the examination of the law of distribution of the energy of heat radiation, still less to my special deduction of this law, but to the steady progress of the work of those investigators who have applied the concept of the quantum of action to their researches. The first advance in this field was made by A. Einstein, who on the one hand pointed out that the introduction of the quanta of energy associated with the quantum of action seemed capable of explaining readily a series of remarkable properties of light action discovered experimentally, such as Stokes' rule, the emission of electrons, and the ionization of gases, and on the other hand by the identification of the expression for the energy of a system of resonators with the energy of a solid body, derived a formula for the specific heat of solid bodies which on the whole represented it correctly as a function of temperature, more especially exhibiting its decrease with falling temperature. A number of questions were thus thrown out in different directions, of which the accurate and many-sided investigations yielded in the course of time much valuable material. It is not my task today to give an even approximately complete report of the successful work achieved in this field, Suffice it to give the most important and characteristic phase of the progress of the new doctrine. First, as to thermal and chemical processes, with regard to specific heat of solid bodies, Einstein's view, which rests on the assumption of a single free period of the atoms, was extended by M. Born and Th. von Karman to the case which corresponds better to reality, viz. That of several free periods, while P. Debye, by a bold simplification of the assumptions as to the nature of the free periods, succeeded in developing a comparatively simple formula for the specific heat of solid bodies, which excellently represents its values, especially those for low temperatures obtained by W. Nernst and his pupils, and which, moreover, is compatible with the elastic and optical properties of such bodies. But the influence of the quanta asserts itself also in the case of the specific heat of gases. At the very outset, it was pointed out by W. Nernst that to the energy quantum of vibration must correspond an energy quantum of rotation, and it was therefore to be expected that the rotational energy of gas molecules would also vanish at low temperatures. This conclusion was confirmed by measurements, due to A. Eucken, of the specific heat of hydrogen, and if the calculations of A. Einstein and O. Stern, P. Ehrenfest, and others had not yet yielded completely satisfactory agreement, this, no doubt, is due to our imperfect knowledge of the structure of the hydrogen atom. That quantized rotations of gas molecules, i.e., satisfying the quantum condition, do actually occur in nature can no longer be doubted, thanks to the work on absorption bands in the infrared of N. Bjerrum, E. V. Barr, H. Rubens, and G. Hettner, and others, although a completely exhaustive explanation of the remarkable rotation spectra is still outstanding. Since all affinity properties of a substance are ultimately determined by its entropy, the quantic calculation of entropy also gives access to all problems of chemical affinity. The absolute value of the entropy of a gas is characterized by Nernst's chemical constant, which was calculated by O. Sakur by a straightforward combinatorial process similar to that applied to the case of the oscillators, while H. Tetrode, holding more closely to experimental data, determined, by a consideration of the process of vaporization, the difference of entropy between a substance and its vapor. While the cases thus far considered have dealt with states of thermodynamical equilibrium for which the measurements could yield only statistical averages for large numbers of particles and for comparatively long periods of time, the observation of the collisions of electrons leads directly to the dynamic details of the processes in question. Therefore, the determination carried out by J. Franck and G. Hertz of the so-called resonance potential, or the critical velocity which an electron impinging upon a neutral atom must have in order to cause it to emit a quantum of light, provides a most direct method for the measurement of the quantum of action. Similar methods, leading to perfectly consistent results, can also be developed for the excitation of the characteristic X-ray radiation discovered by C. G. Barkla, as can be judged from the experiments of D. L. Webster, E. Wagner, and others. The inverse of the process of producing light quanta by the impact of electrons is the emission of electrons on exposure to light rays, or X-rays, and here too the energy quanta following from the action quantum and the vibration period play a characteristic role, as was early recognized from the striking fact that the velocity of the emitted electrons depends not upon the intensity but only on the color of the impinging light. But quantitatively also the relations to the light quantum, pointed out by Einstein, have proved successful in every direction, as was shown especially by R. A. Millikan by measurements of the velocities of emission of electrons, while the importance of the light quantum in inducing photochemical reactions was disclosed by E. Warburg. Although the results I have hitherto quoted from the most diverse chapters of physics, taken in their totality, form an overwhelming proof of the existence of the quantum of action, the quantum hypothesis received its strongest support from the theory of the structure of atoms, quantum theory of spectra, proposed and developed by Niels Bohr. For it was the lot of this theory to find the long-sought key to the gates of the wonderland of spectroscopy, which since the discovery of spectrum analysis up to our days had stubbornly refused to yield. And the way once clear, a stream of new knowledge poured in a sudden flood, not only over this entire field, but into the adjacent territories of physics and chemistry. Its first brilliant success was the derivation of Balmer's formula for the spectrum series of hydrogen and helium, together with the reduction of the universal constant of Rydberg to known magnitudes, and even the small differences of the Rydberg constant for these two gases appeared as a necessary consequence of the slight wobbling of the massive atomic nucleus accompanying the motion of electrons around it. As a sequel came the investigation of other series in the visual and especially the X-ray spectrum, aided by Ritz's resourceful combination principle, which only now was recognized in its fundamental significance. But whoever may have still felt inclined, even in the face of this almost overwhelming agreement, all the more convincing in view of the extreme accuracy of spectroscopic measurements, to believe it to be a coincidence, must have been compelled to give up his last doubt when A. Summerfield deduced, by a logical extension of the laws of the distribution of quanta in systems with several degrees of freedom, and by a consideration of the variability of inert mass required by the principle of relativity, that magic formula before which the spectra of both hydrogen and helium revealed the mystery of their fine structure, as far as this could be disclosed by the most delicate measurements possible up to the present, those of F. Paschen, a success equal to the famous discovery of the planet Neptune, the presence and orbit of which were calculated by Leverrier and Adams before man ever set eyes upon it. Progressing along the same road, P. Epstein achieved a complete explanation of the Stark effect, of the electrical splitting of spectral lines. P. Debye obtained a simple interpretation of the K series of the X-ray spectrum investigated by Manne Siegbahn, and then followed a long series of further researches which illuminated with greater or less success the dark secret of atomic structure. After all these results, for the complete exposition of which many famous names would here have to be mentioned, there must remain for an observer who does not choose to pass over the facts no other conclusion than that the quantum of action, which in every one of the many and most diverse processes has always the same value, namely 6.52 times 10 to the minus 27th erg-sec, deserves to be definitely incorporated into the system of the universal physical constants. It must certainly appear a strange coincidence that at just the same time as the idea of general relativity arose and scored its first great successes, nature revealed, precisely in a place where it was the least to be expected, an absolute and strictly unalterable unit, by means of which the amount of action contained in a space-time element can be expressed by a perfectly definite number, and thus is deprived of its former relative character. Of course, the mere introduction of the quantum of action does not yet mean that a true quantum theory has been established. Nay, the path which research has yet to cover to reach that goal is perhaps not less long than that from the discovery of the velocity of light by Olaf Römer to the foundation of Maxwell's theory of light. The difficulties which the introduction of the quantum of action into the well-established classical theory has encountered from the outset have already been indicated. They have gradually increased rather than diminished, and although research in its forward march has in the meantime passed over some of them, the remaining gaps in the theory are the more distressing to the conscientious theoretical physicist. In fact, what in Bohr's theory served as the basis of the laws of action consists of certain hypotheses which a generation ago would doubtlessly have been flatly rejected by every physicist. That with the atom certain quantized orbits, i.e., picked out on the quantum principle, should play a special rôle could well be granted, somewhat less easy to accept, is the further assumption that the electrons moving on these curvilinear orbits, and therefore accelerated, radiate no energy, but that the sharply defined frequency of an emitted light quantum should be different from the frequency of the emitting electron would be regarded by a theoretician who had grown up in the classical school as monstrous and almost inconceivable. But numbers aside, and in consequence the tables have been turned. While originally it was a question of fitting in, with as little strain as possible, a new and strange element into an existing system which was generally regarded as settled, the intruder, after having won an assured position, now has assumed the offensive, and it now appears certain that it is about to blow up the old system at some point. The only question now is, at what point, and to what extent this will happen. If I may express at the present time a conjecture as to the probable outcome of this desperate struggle, everything appears to indicate that out of the classical theory the great principles of thermodynamics will not only maintain intact their central position in the quantum theory, but will perhaps even extend their influence. The significant part played in the origin of the classical thermodynamics by mental experiments is now taken over in the quantum theory by P. Ehrenfest's hypothesis of the adiabatic invariance, and just as the principle introduced by R. Clausius, that any two states of a material system are mutually interconvertible on suitable treatment by reverse processes, form the basis for the measurement of entropy, just so do the new ideas of Bohr show a way into the midst of the wonderland he has discovered. There is one particular question, the answer to which will, in my opinion, lead to an extensive elucidation of the entire problem. What happens to the energy of a light quantum after its emission? Does it pass outwards in all directions, according to Huygens' wave theory, continually increasing in volume and tending towards infinite dilution? Or does it, as in Newton's emanation theory, fly like a projectile in one direction only? In the former case, the quantum would never again be in a position to concentrate its energy at a spot strongly enough to detach an electron from its atom, while in the latter case it would be necessary to sacrifice the chief triumph of Maxwell's theory, the continuity between the static and the dynamic fields, and with it the classical theory of the interference phenomena, which account for all their details, both alternatives leading to consequences very disagreeable to the modern theoretical physicist. Whatever the answer to this question, there can be no doubt that science will some day master the dilemma, and what may now appear to us unsatisfactory will appear from a higher standpoint as endowed with a particular harmony and simplicity. But until this goal is reached, the problem of the quantum of action will not cease to stimulate research, and the greater the difficulties encountered in its solution, the greater will be its significance for the broadening and deepening of all our physical knowledge. End of the Origin and Development of the Quantum Theory by Max Planck. Read by Phil Schempf.
Hunt on the Nueces by Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the United States, the peccary is only found in the southernmost corner of Texas. In April 1892, I made a flying visit to the ranch country of this region, starting from the town of Uvalde with a Texan friend, Mr. John Moore. My trip being very hurried, I had but a couple of days to devote to hunting. Our first halting place was at a ranch on the Frio, a low wooden building of many rooms, with open galleries between them and verandas round about. The country was in some respects like, in others strangely unlike, the northern plains with which I was so well acquainted. It was for the most part covered with a scattered growth of tough, stunted mesquite trees, not dense enough to be called a forest, and yet sufficiently close to cut off the view. It was very dry, even as compared with the northern plains. The bed of the Frio was filled with coarse gravel, and for the most part dry as a bone on the surface, the water seeping through underneath and only appearing in occasional deep holes. These deep holes or ponds never fail, even after a year's drought. They were filled with fish. One lay quite near the ranch house, under a bold rocky bluff. At its edge grew giant cypress trees. In the hollows and by the watercourses were occasional groves of pecans, live oaks, and elms. Strange birds hopped among the branches. The chaparral cock, a big, handsome ground cuckoo of remarkable habits, much given to preying on small snakes and lizards, ran over the ground with extraordinary rapidity. Beautiful swallow-tailed kingbirds, with rosy plumage, perched on the tops of the small trees, and soared and flitted in graceful curves above them. Blackbirds of many kinds scuttled in flocks about the corrals and outbuildings around the ranches. Mockingbirds abounded, and were very noisy, singing almost all the daytime, but with their usual irritating inequality of performance, wonderfully musical and powerful snatches of song being interspersed with imitations of other bird notes and disagreeable squalling. Throughout the trip I did not hear one of them utter the beautiful love song in which they sometimes indulge at night. The country was all under wire fence, unlike the northern regions, the pastures, however, being sometimes many miles across. When we reached the Frio Ranch, a herd of 1,000 cattle had just been gathered, and 200 or 300 beeves and young stock were being cut out to be driven northward over the trail. The cattle were worked in pens much more than in the north, and on all the ranches there were chutes with steering gates, by means of which individuals of a herd could be dexterously shifted into various corrals. The branding of the calves was done ordinarily in one of these corrals and on foot, the calf being always roped by both forelegs. Otherwise, the work of the cowpunchers was much like that of their brothers in the north. As a whole, however, they were distinctly more proficient with the rope, and at least half of them were Mexicans. There were some bands of wild cattle living only in the densest timber of the river bottoms, which were literally as wild as deer, and, moreover, very fierce and dangerous. The pursuit of these was exciting and hazardous in the extreme. The men who took part in it showed not only the utmost daring, but the most consummate horsemanship and wonderful skill in the use of the rope, the coil being hurled with the force and precision of an iron quoit, a single man speedily overtaking, roping, throwing, and binding down the fiercest steer or bull. There had been many peccaries, or, as the Mexicans and cowpunchers of the border usually call them, javelinas, around this ranch a few years before the date of my visit. Until 1886 or thereabouts, these little wild hogs were not much molested, and abounded in the dense chaparral around the lower Rio Grande. In that year, however, it was suddenly discovered that their hides had a market value, being worth 4 bits, that is, half a dollar, apiece. And many Mexicans, and not a few shiftless Texans, went into the business of hunting them as a means of livelihood. They were more easily killed than deer, and as a result they were speedily exterminated in many localities, where they had formerly been numerous, and even where they were left were to be found only in greatly diminished numbers. On this particular Frio ranch, the last little band had been killed nearly a year before. There were 3 of them, a boar and 2 sows, and a couple of the cowboys stumbled on them early one morning while out with a dog. After half a mile's chase, the 3 peccaries ran into a hollow pecan tree, and one of the cowboys, dismounting, improvised a lance by tying his knife to the end of a pole, and killed them all. Many anecdotes were related to me of what they had done in the old days, when they were plentiful on the ranch, They were then usually found in parties of from 20 or 30, feeding in the dense chaparral, the sows rejoining the herd with the young very soon after the birth of the litter, each sow usually having but one or two at a litter. At night they sometimes lay in the thickest cover, but always, where possible, preferred to house in a cave or big hollow log, one invariably remaining as a sentinel close to the mouth, looking out. If this sentinel were shot, another would almost certainly take his place. They were subject to freaks of stupidity, and were pugnacious to a degree. Not only would they fight if molested, but they would often attack entirely without provocation. Once my friend Moore himself, while out with another cowboy on horseback, was attacked in sheer wantonness by a drove of these little wild hogs. The two men were riding by a grove of live oaks along a woodcutter's cart track, and were assailed without a moment's warning. The little creatures completely surrounded them, cutting fiercely at the horse's legs and jumping up at the rider's feet. The men, drawing their revolvers, dashed through and were closely followed by their pursuers for 300 or 400 yards, although they fired right and left with good effect. Both of the horses were badly cut. On another occasion the bookkeeper of the ranch walked off to a water hole but a quarter of a mile distant, and came face to face with a peccary on a cattle trail, where the brush was thick. Instead of getting out of his way, the creature charged him instantly, drove him up a small mesquite tree, and kept him there for nearly 2 hours, looking up at him and champing its tusks. I spent 2 days hunting round this ranch, but saw no peccary sign whatever, although deer were quite plentiful. Parties of wild geese and sandhill cranes occasionally flew overhead. At nightfall the poor wills wailed everywhere through the woods, and coyotes yelped and yelled, while in the early morning the wild turkeys gobbled loudly from their roosts in the tops of the pecan trees. Having satisfied myself that there were no javelinas left on the Frio ranch, and being nearly at the end of my holiday, I was about to abandon the effort to get any, when a passing cowman happened to mention the fact that some were still to be found on the Nueces River, 30 miles or thereabouts to the southward. Thither I determined to go, and next morning Moore and I started in a buggy drawn by a redoubtable horse, named Jim Swinger, which we were allowed to use because he bucked so under the saddle that nobody on the ranch could ride him. We drove 6 or 7 hours across the dry, waterless plains. There had been a heavy frost a few days before, which had blackened the budding mesquite trees, and their twigs still showed no signs of sprouting. Occasionally we came across open space, where there was nothing but short brown grass. In most places, however, the leafless, sprawling mesquites were scattered rather thinly over the ground, cutting off an extensive view and merely adding to the melancholy barrenness of the landscape. The road was nothing but a couple of dusty wheel tracks. The ground was parched, and the grass cropped close by the gaunt, starved cattle. As we drove along, buzzards and great hawks occasionally soared overhead. Now and then we passed lines of wild-looking, long-horned steers, and once we came on the grazing horses of a cow outfit, just preparing to start northward over the trail to the fattening pasture. Occasionally we encountered 1 or 2 cowpunchers, either Texans, habited exactly like their brethren in the north, with broad-brimmed gray hats, blue shirts, silk neckerchiefs, and leather leggings, or else Mexicans more gaudily dressed, and wearing peculiarly stiff, very broad-brimmed hats with conical tops. Toward the end of our ride we got where the ground was more fertile, and there had recently been a sprinkling of rain. Here we came across wonderful flower prairies. In one spot I kept catching glimpses through the mesquite trees of lilac stretches which I had first thought must be ponds of water. On coming nearer, they proved to be acres on acres thickly covered with beautiful lilac-colored flowers. Farther on we came to where broad bands of red flowers covered the ground for many furlongs. Then their places were taken by yellow blossoms, elsewhere by white. Generally each band or patch of ground was covered densely by flowers of the same color, making a great vivid streak across the landscape. But in places they were mixed together, red, yellow, and purple, interspersed in patches and curving bands, carpeting the prairie in a strange, bright pattern. Finally, toward evening, we reached the Nueces. Where we struck it first, the bed was dry, except in occasional deep, malarial-looking ponds. But a short distance below there began to be a running current. Great blue herons were stalking beside these pools, and from one we flushed a white ibis. In the woods were reddish cardinal birds, much less brilliant in plumage than the true cardinals and the scarlet tanagers, and yellow-headed titmice, which had already built large domed nests. In the valley of the Nueces itself the brush grew thick. There were great groves of pecan trees, and evergreen live oaks stood in many places, long, wind-shaken tufts of gray moss hanging from their limbs. Many of the trees in the wet spots were of giant size, and the whole landscape was semi-tropical in character. High on a bluff shoulder overlooking the course of the river was perched the ranch house, toward which we were bending our steps, and here we were received with the hearty hospitality characteristic of the ranch country everywhere. The son of the ranchman, a tall, well-built young fellow, told me at once that there were peccaries in the neighborhood, and that he had himself shot one but 2 or 3 days before, and volunteered to lend us horses and pilot us to the game on the morrow, with the help of his 2 dogs. The last were big black curs, with, as we were assured, considerable hound in them. One was at the time staying at the ranch house, the other was 4 or 5 miles off with a Mexican goat herder, and it was arranged that early in the morning we should ride down to the latter place, taking the first dog with us and procuring his companion when we reached the goat herder's house. We started after breakfast, riding powerful cow ponies, well trained to gallop at full speed through the dense chaparral. The big black hound slouched at our heels. We rode down the banks of the Nueces, crossing and recrossing the stream. Here and there were long, deep pools in the bed of the river, where rushes and lilies grew, and huge mailed garfish swam slowly just beneath the surface of the water. Once my 2 companions stopped to pull a mired cow out of a slough, hauling with ropes from their saddle horns. In places there were half-dry pools, out of the regular current of the river, the water green and fetid. The trees were very tall and large. The streamers of pale gray moss hung thickly from the branches of the live oaks, and when many trees thus draped stood close together, they bore a strangely mournful and desolate look. We finally found the queer little hut of the Mexican goat herder in the midst of a grove of giant pecans. On the walls were nailed the skins of different beasts, raccoons, wildcats, and the tree civet, with its ringed tail. The Mexican's brown wife and children were in the hut, but the man himself and the goats were off in the forest, and it took us 3 or 4 hours' search before we found him. Then it was nearly noon, and we lunched in his hut, a square building of split logs with bare earth floor and roof of clapboards and bark. Our lunch consisted of goat's meat and pan de maíz. The Mexican, a broad-chested man with a stolid Indian face, was evidently quite a sportsman, and had 2 or 3 half-starved hounds, besides the funny, hairless little house dogs of which Mexicans seem so fond. Having borrowed the javelina hound of which we were in search, we rode off in quest of our game, the 2 dogs trotting gaily ahead. The one which had been living at the ranch had evidently fared well, and was very fat. The other was little else but skin and bone, but as alert and knowing as any New York street boy, with the same air of disreputable capacity. It was this hound which always did most in finding the javelinas and bringing them to bay, his companion's chief use being to make a noise and lend the moral support of his presence. We rode away from the river on the dry uplands, where the timber, though thick, was small, consisting almost exclusively of the thorny mesquites. Mixed among them were prickly pears, standing as high as our head on horseback, and Spanish bayonets, looking in the distance like small palms. And there were many other kinds of cactus, all with poisonous thorns. 2 or 3 times the dogs got on an old trail and rushed off giving tongue, whereat we galloped madly after them, ducking and dodging through and among the clusters of spine-bearing trees and cactus, not without getting a considerable number of thorns in our hands and legs. It was very dry and hot. Where the javelinas live in droves in the river bottoms, they often drink at the pools, but when some distance from water, they seem to live quite comfortably on the prickly pear, slaking their thirst by eating its hard, juicy fiber. At last, after several false alarms and gallops which led to nothing, when it lacked but an hour of sundown, we struck a band of 5 of the little wild hogs. They were running off through the mesquites with a peculiar hopping or bounding motion, and we all, dogs and men, tore after them instantly. Peccaries are very fast for a few hundred yards, but speedily tire, lose their wind, and come to bay. Almost immediately one of these, a sow as it turned out, wheeled and charged at Moore as he passed. Moore never seeing her, but keeping on after another. The sow then stopped and stood still, chattering her teeth savagely, and I jumped off my horse and dropped her dead with a shot in the spine, over the shoulders. Moore, meanwhile, had dashed off after his pig in one direction, and killed the little beast with a shot from the saddle when it had come to bay, turning and going straight at him. 2 of the peccaries got off. The remaining one, a rather large boar, was followed by the 2 dogs, and as soon as I had killed the sow, I leaped again on my horse and made after them, guided by the yelping and baying. In less than a quarter of a mile they were on his haunches, and he wheeled and stood under a bush, charging at them when they came near him, and once catching one, inflicting an ugly cut. All the while his teeth kept going like castanets, with a rapid champing sound. I ran up close and killed him by a shot through the backbone where it joined the neck. His tusks were fine. The few minutes' chase on horseback was great fun, and there was a certain excitement in seeing the fierce little creatures come to bay. But the true way to kill these peccaries would be with the spear. They could often be speared on horseback, and where this was impossible, by using dogs to bring them to bay, they could readily be killed on foot, though, as they are very active, absolutely fearless, and inflict a most formidable bite, it would usually be safest to have 2 men go at one together. Peccaries are not difficult beasts to kill, because their short wind and their pugnacity make them come to bay before hounds so quickly. 2 or 3 good dogs can bring to a halt a herd of considerable size. They then all stand in a bunch, or else with their sterns against a bank, chattering their teeth at their antagonist. When angry and at bay, they get their legs close together, their shoulders high, and their bristles all ruffled, and look the very incarnation of anger, and they fight with reckless indifference to the very last. Hunters usually treat them with a certain amount of caution, but, as a matter of fact, I know of but one case where a man was hurt by them. He had shot at and wounded one, was charged both by it and by its 2 companions, and started to climb a tree, but as he drew himself from the ground, one sprang at him and bit him through the calf, inflicting a very severe wound. I have known of several cases of horses being cut, however, and the dogs are very commonly killed. Indeed, a dog new to the business is almost certain to get very badly scarred, and no dog that hunts steadily can escape without some injury. If it runs in right at the heads of the animals, the probabilities are that it will get killed. And as a result, even two good-sized hounds cannot kill a peccary, though it is no larger than either of them. However, a wary, resolute, hard-biting dog of good size speedily gets accustomed to the chase and can kill a peccary single-handed, seizing it from behind and worrying it to death, or watching its chance and grabbing it by the back of the neck where it joins the head. Peccaries have delicately molded short legs, and their feet are small, the tracks looking peculiarly dainty in consequence. Hence they do not swim well, though they take to the water if necessary. They feed on roots, prickly pears, nuts, insects, lizards, etc. They usually keep entirely separate from the droves of half-wild swine that are so often found in the same neighborhoods. But in one case, on this very ranch where I was staying, a peccary deliberately joined a party of 9 pigs and associated with them. When the owner of the pigs came up to them one day, the peccary manifested great suspicion at his presence, and finally sidled close up and threatened to attack him, so that he had to shoot it. The ranchman's son told me that he had never but once had a peccary assail him unprovoked, and even in this case it was his dog that was the object of attack, the peccary rushing out at it as it followed him home one evening through the chaparral. Even around this ranch the peccaries had very greatly decreased in numbers, and the survivors were learning some caution. In the old days it had been no uncommon thing for a big band to attack entirely of their own accord, and keep a hunter up a tree for hours at a time. End of A Peccary Hunt on the Nueces by Theodore Roosevelt. Read by John Burlinson.
Of the Shore by R. Cadwallader Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Plants of the Shore by R. Cadwallader Smith. To pick a bunch of gay flowers, you would look in the fields and hedgerows, and not by the sea. Flowers, as you know, love moist soil and not dry sand. And, like us, they prefer one food to another. Sand they do not like, and salt is a poison to them. Both of these are enemies to plant life. Also, flowers choose sheltered spots. They do not like rough winds, and the glare of the sun shrivels them up. Yet there are plants with pretty flowers to be found by the sea, and many others with small, dull flowers. These seaside plants have to fight for their lives. The dry, shifting sand and the salt spray are enough to kill them, you would think. They have no shelter from the strong sea wind, nor from the fierce glare of the summer sun. The puzzle is, how do they live among so many enemies? For you know that the flowers of the field would at once die if you planted them in salt and sand. They would starve to death. Even the strongest seaside plants shun that part of the beach washed by the waves. They leave that to the seaweeds. Let us look first at some plants which have their home on the sandhills. Here is a fine one, like a thistle, with stiff prickly leaves and a stiff blue stem. In August it has blue-gray flowers. This plant is called sea holly, its leaves being like those of the holly. It has an unpleasant smell, yet its roots are used for making some kinds of sweets. Now try to pull up a plant of sea holly. You find it no easy task. Then dig away at the sand, and you see that its large roots have gone deep and far. All these plants of sandy places grow like that. Sand has no food or drink to give to plants, so they send their roots out like plants in a desert until they find what they want. Besides food and drink, they need a firm anchor in the loose sand. The sea holly, with its roots deep down and far spreading, can hold its own, though the gale tears at it and throws its sandy bed here and there. We pass many small creeping plants as we walk in the dry sand. There is a pretty sea convolvulus, with its stems deeply buried. It is a cousin of the common bindweed. Then we see many plants of thyme and a few ragged bushes of gorse. We notice that several little plants grow near the gorse, as if they had crept there for shelter. The sea breeze has blown the sand into heaps, and even on these dry, thirsty hillocks we see many tufts of grass. These couch grasses and dune grasses, as they are often called, are coarse and hard. Cattle pass them by in disgust. Yet they are the most useful plants on the shore. They can live and spread where other plants die. They have very long underground stems, which go through and through the dry, loose sand. The wind does its best to bury them in sand, but they send up hard, sharp buds and go on living and spreading. Bit by bit, the sand is held together by the matted stems of these grasses. It becomes firm instead of loose. The wind can no longer blow it about. Then other plants can grow in that place. You know how men go out to the wild parts of the earth and, by hard work, make those places ready for others to settle there? Well, the sand grass works like that. It prepares the way for useful plants to grow in places where they could not grow before. Quite near to the sea we shall find a very strange little plant. It has no leaves, only fleshy, jointed stems. It is known as the glasswort, being full of a substance useful in making glass. It belongs to a family which seems to delight in deserts and salty soil. They have all sorts of dodges to help them live in such places. For instance, their leaves are fleshy. Squeeze them, and they are like wet, juicy fruit. The sea beet is also a member of this family. The red beet, as well as the mangel wurzel, we owe to this humble seaside plant. Most of our sugar comes from the sugar beet. Another useful plant is the sea cabbage, which grows on some parts of our sea coast. It is rather a ragged, tough kind of cabbage, and perhaps you would not choose it for your dinner table. We have more tempting sorts in our gardens: Brussels sprouts, broccoli, cauliflower, but long, long ago the wild seaside cabbage was the only one growing. Men found it to be eatable, and began to plant it near their huts or caves. From that small beginning all our garden cabbages have come. Walking a little farther from the sea, we leave the sand and come to stones, rocks, and cliffs. We pass a pretty plant, the sea lavender, and another, the sea stock. They love best the sandy, muddy parts of the shore. Their lilac flowers look bright and pretty. Coming to the rocky places, we find tufts of the flower known as sea pink or thrift. Its leaves are like grass, and its flowers form a round pink bundle at the top of a bare stalk. There are many tufts of thrift growing among the rocks, and each tuft has a number of pink flowers. In some places you could step from one tuft to another for several miles. Bare and ugly stretches of coast are made into a gay garden by this lovely flower. Here and there on the rocks is a plant with large yellow blossoms, the yellow horned poppy. It is a handsome plant, and you are surprised to see such fine flowers among dry shingle, sand, or rock. But the horned poppy is well able to stand the salt spray and storms of its favorite home. When the petals have dropped, a green seed pod is left. It is very long, nearly twice as long as this page, and looks much more like a stem than a seed pod. Sometimes this seaside poppy is seen growing high up in the face of the cliff, where only the jackdaw and seabirds can find a footing. And many another plant may be seen there too. The cliffs are full of cracks, some tiny and some wide. In these places there is always a certain amount of dirt and grit. You could hardly call it soil, and most plants would starve if you planted them in such a place. These plants of the rock and cliff are not so proud. They have very long and very thin roots, admirably suited to pierce the grit and explore the cracks in the rock, to find the moisture they need. Besides this, they have fleshy leaves which help them to keep alive. The stonecrop and the pennywort are well-known plants of this kind. They grow where you would least expect to find a living plant. Neither heat nor thirst seems to kill them. Mother Nature has found many a wonderful way of helping her children to live. Exercises. 1. Why do plants which grow in sand have such long roots? 2. In what way are the grasses growing on the sand so useful? 3. Give the names of 4 flowering plants of the shore. 4. Where would you look for the stonecrop and pennywort? 5. Why do these 2 plants have such thin roots? End of Plants of the Shore by R. Cadwallader Smith.
In the Port of Sydney, New South Wales, from the Port of Sydney Official Handbook, 1922, published by the Sydney Harbour Trust Commissioners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Signals in use in the port. Want boarding officer. Numerical flags of Port Jackson Code of Signals denoting port from which arrived or International Code Signal. Want customs boat. Jack at the peak. Want harbour pilot. International Code S at the foremast head. Want medical assistance. International Code H at the peak. Want sea pilot. Jack at the foremast head. Want steam tug. International Code YP at the mainmast head. Want water boat. International Code GUJ at the mainmast head. Want water police. International Code YN at the mainmast head. Explosives on board. Flag B at the foremast head. Males on board. International Code T at the foremast head, to be kept flying until the males are landed. Pilot exemption. Square white flag and numerical flags of Port Jackson Code of Signals denoting port from which arrived. Oil vessel. Sunrise to sunset, red flag 3 feet square. Sunset to sunrise, red light at masthead. Quarantine. Sunrise to sunset, flag Q at the mainmast head. Cholera, yellow fever, plague, smallpox, typhus fever or leprosy, sunrise to sunset, commercial flag L at the mainmast head. Sunset to sunrise for both quarantine and cholera, yellow fever, plague, smallpox, typhus fever or leprosy. 3 lights, 2 red and 1 white, placed as nearly as practicable amidships at distances of 6 feet apart in the form of an equilateral triangle with the apex, the white light, above. End of Signals in Use in the Port of Sydney, New South Wales, from the Official Port of Sydney Handbook 1922, published by the Sydney Harbour Trust Commissioners. Read by Son of the Exiles.
Of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. From the Yale Literary Magazine, January 1896. By Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book Notices. The Sorrows of Satan, by Marie Corelli, New York, J. B. Lippincott & Co. For sale by Thomas H. Pease & Son. In many respects, The Sorrows of Satan is a remarkable book. Miss Corelli, true to her usual style, has put the story in a fantastic setting, thrown into it adventures of the most unlikely kind, introduced the strangest fictions, and made both a highly entertaining story and a moral teaching. The underlying idea of the novel is the appetite of mankind for money. This, the tenor of the book, forms the basis for a most interesting plot. Satan, the archangel beloved of God, has been sentenced for rebellion these 1,000 years to banishment from the heavenly presence. His punishment, never to be remanded unless the earth, and the men of the earth, refuse him, is to tempt the human beings whom he meets, to offer them money and position, love and their heart's desire, and in return to claim their souls. This old doctrine of the Church, this beautiful story of the Old Testament, is retold, the Satan of the legend walking in the flesh through the book, tempting people, always winning them over, knowing that every victim he makes is one more barrier between himself and heaven. The character of Satan is more Milton's conception than the popular one. Great, mighty, a fallen angel, with keen mind and brilliant equipment, and not the terrible monster of our childish dreams, nor the hated dragon of the fairy books. Incidental to the Satan plot are various minor ones. In this book, whether judiciously or not, Miss Corelli has taken it upon herself to satirize the English literary critic. Like Mavis Clare in the book, Miss Corelli has never been received favourably by the critics, and still her books have sold. She has come to have a very low esteem for the literary critic of late years, and following close upon several sharp encounters with the trade, made the statement that her next book, the present one, should be placed in the hands of no critic. The critics have retorted, satirizing her, thrown whole gallons of ink at her, through the papers, but the good lady has remained firm. If any literary critic attempts a wholesale slashing of this book, he will have an unusual fortitude. The satire that Miss Corelli directs against the book critic's trade should be enough to make those honest gentlemen creep humbly home to bed. Such terrific contempt we have hardly witnessed elsewhere. End of A Book Review of The Sorrows of Satan by Marie Corelli. From the Yale Literary Magazine, January 1896. By Anonymous.
To Alaska, by May Kellogg Sullivan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. Chapter 5. At the Arctic Circle. We were now at the Arctic Circle. For 3 days we had no sunshine, and flurries of snow were frequent. The mountain tops, as well as the banks and sandbars of the river, were spread with a thin covering of snow, enough at least to give a wintry aspect. This, added to the leaden sky above, made the warmth of big coal fires acceptable indoors and fur coats comfortable on the decks. At Fort Yukon the low water prevented our landing. We were told, however, that the place contained 100 log houses, as well as an old Episcopal mission, in which Mrs. Bumpus had lived and taught the natives for 20 years. Many of the Eskimo girls are trained as children's nurses and make very satisfactory ones. Into the Yukon flats empty the Porcupine River, Birch Creek, and other streams. Fort Yukon was established by the Hudson Bay Company many years ago, all supplies coming in and shipments of furs going out by way of the Mackenzie River and the great Canadian lakes. Toward evening one day, while the stevedores were busy handling wood, we went ashore and visited an Eskimo family in their hut. It was built on the high river bank among the trees, quite near the steamer's landing. On the roof of the hut there lay, stretched on sticks to dry, a large brown bearskin. Nearby we saw the head of a freshly killed moose, with the hoofs of the animal still bloody. As we stooped to enter the low door of the cabin, we felt the warmth from the fire in the little Yukon stove, which was placed in the corner of the room. Next to this was a rude table, on which lay a quarter of moose meat, looking more or less tempting to travelers living on canned goods. A bed stood in one corner, upon which 2 or 3 little children were playing, and upon a pile of rags and skins on the floor sat an old Eskimo woman, wrinkled and brown. These were her children and grandchildren, and she was spending her life on the floor of the cabin, watching the little ones play around her, for she was paralyzed. There were no chairs in the cabin, and but few rude utensils and playthings. A box or tin can, which had contained provisions, was now and then utilized. After a few moments with the Eskimos, we backed out into the open air again, for the atmosphere of the hut was peculiar, and not altogether agreeable to our southern olfactories. It reminded us of Mrs. Peary's description of native smells in Greenland. The short path back to our steamer lay through a poplar grove, and under our feet was spread a carpet of brown and yellow leaves, which in the cool night air smelled ripe and woodsy. Next came Fort Hamlin, where we again saw some of Uncle Sam's boys, and where we trudged out through the soft light snow and took some Kodak views. Rampart City was reached in the early evening. One long row of houses upon the south bank of the Yukon, near the mouth of the Big Manook Creek, constitutes the town. Here empty the Little Manook, Alder, Hunter, and many other gold-bearing creeks, and a bustling town sprung up, only to be almost depopulated during the Nome excitement. By this time several inches of snow had fallen, and the ground was freezing. We managed here to climb the slippery steps of the log store building in the dusk and buy a pound of ordinary candy, for which we paid $1. Again we were in deep water, this time so very smooth that the hills, peaks, trees, and islands were all mirrored on its surface and very beautiful. The days were now quite short. About 5 in the afternoon the electric lights were turned on through the steamer, fresh coal again piled on the fires, and we reminded ourselves how comfortably we were traveling. Then the dinner bell rang, and we sat down to dinner. Some attempt at decoration had been made, for tall glasses stood in the center of the tables, filled with ripe grasses and pretty autumn leaves. But, strange to relate, we were more interested in the contents of our soup plates and what was to follow. The cold and bracing air during our short walks on deck had given us all famous appetites, and we relished everything. After hot soup with crackers, we ate of fresh fish, 3 kinds of canned meats, baked or boiled potatoes, with 1 other kind of vegetable, canned tomatoes, corn, or beans. Side dishes consisted of pickles, olives, cheese, sardines, canned fruits, fancy crackers or biscuits, and afterward came pudding and pie. These last were made from various canned fruits, and with the rice, sago or tapioca pudding, formed most enjoyable desserts. On Sunday, nuts and raisins or apples were added to the menu. If we ate with keen appetites, we were not too much occupied to take note of the passengers around us. Nearly opposite sat a beautiful woman with a profusion of auburn hair piled high on her head. She was fashionably dressed in black silk or satin, and her white fingers were loaded with costly rings. As she handed a dish to the man beside her, her diamonds and other gems sparkled brightly. Her companion, much older, had a hard and villainous face. A heavy frown of displeasure habitually rested upon his brow, and his glance was shifting and evasive. He was a professional gambler, kept his game running continually, and was going to Nome. At the end of the table sat a tall and pleasant-mannered young Englishman, with blue eyes and ruddy cheeks. He represented mining interests in the Klondike amounting to millions, and was on his way to London. He was fond of wine, and consorted chiefly with those who were fast, bringing him down to their level. There was the girl with pretty black eyes, ladylike movements, low voice, and exquisite toilettes. A blue-eyed, pretty little blonde, with infantile complexion, small hands and feet, and wearing a tailor-made suit, attracted considerable attention. She was fond of cigarettes, and smoked many times a day, though she only looked sweet 16. They were both dance-house girls. There was a young and handsome Englishman in the triggest of dude toggery, but having a squaw wife and 3 children, as well as older men at the head of similar broods. The long tables were spread 2 or 3 times at each meal, as several hundred people were to be fed. A different class, and a worst one if possible, was met with at these late meals. Do you see that short, fat woman over there with the bleared eyes and the neck of a prize fighter? She is a Dawson saloon keeper, and is now on her way to Nome. But there were a number of people on the steamer not properly belonging to this set, and after supper a few usually gathered in one corner to listen to each other's experiences in the far northwest. Some were tales of hardship, sickness, and death, some of hairbreadth escapes from the jaws of an Arctic winter or from shipwreck. One told of having, 2 years before, paid $175 for 5 sacks of flour in the Klondike, selling the same a few days later for $500. Stories of rich strikes were related, how one man, while drunk, was persuaded by his associates to trade a valuable claim for one apparently worthless, his indescribable feelings the next day, and until he had prospected the so-called worthless claim, when it proved 10 times richer than the first one. A little middle-aged Norwegian woman told her story with great gusto. She had sailed from Seattle 2 years before with Mayor Wood's expedition, getting as far as a point on the Yukon River 200 miles below Rampart City. Here the low water prevented their going farther. She, in company with others, made her way to Rampart as best she could, rested and outfitted for a trip to Dawson over the ice. Finally, with sleds and provisions, 8 dogs and 4 men, she started. It was a journey of about 800 miles. Before leaving Rampart, she experimented with fur sleeping bags, and finally made one in which she could sleep comfortably on the ice and snow. Rice and tea were their staple articles of diet, being more quickly prepared in hasty camps at night, and being found most nourishing. After a perilous trip of 35 days in the dead of winter, they reached Dawson in good shape, 2 days ahead of a party of men with whom a wager had been made. With these and similar stories, we whiled away the long evening hours by the fire. Many short stops were made along the river. A few little settlements were passed during the night. At Holy Cross and Russian Mission we saw flourishing Catholic schools for the natives. The Yukon was now getting wider and wider. The water was shallow and more shallow. Then suddenly we felt a heavy jar. The big stern wheel refused to move. We were stuck fast on a sandbar. Here we remained all day, dreading a hard freeze which was liable to settle down upon us at any time, fixing our boat and us in the ice indefinitely. But we were now in the Afun, or eastern mouth of the Yukon, and near enough to Bering Sea to get the benefit of the tides, so that in the early evening we again heard the thud of the big machines, the steamer quivered, the stern wheel again revolved. We had entered the Bering Sea. By 4 o'clock next morning we were in St. Michael Bay, having covered the 60 miles from the mouth of the river during the night. Snow was falling heavily. through which we saw the lights of the harbor and a number of vessels at anchor. By daylight we counted 11 ships and 2 revenue cutters lying under the lee of the island. Breakfast was served on board, and an hour later we went ashore. We now sought the steamer company hotel, and had no difficulty in getting good rooms and seats at table, for we were still in their care, having bought through tickets to San Francisco. Here we were to wait for the ocean steamer, Bertha, which was now nearly due from that place, and we anxiously watched the weather signs, hoping all would be favorable and that she would very soon put in her appearance. Our hotel was a new frame building of about 40 rooms, lighted by electricity, having large halls, pleasant double parlors overlooking the bay, with a good view of incoming ships from the north. Just across the street stood an old block house, or fort, containing the funny little cannon used by the Russians over 100 years ago. The antiquated lock on the door, the hundreds of bullet holes in the outer walls, were all quaintly interesting. Half a mile south were stores, a hotel, another large company's dock, and in good weather we tramped over there or north the same distance to the headquarters of a third company. These 3 were small settlements by themselves, and constituted, with their employees, natives and dogs, the whole population of St. Michael. Good sidewalks connected these different stations and commanded fine and extensive views of the surrounding water. St. Michael, as an island, is not large, and is entirely without trees or timber. However, there is deep, wet moss or tundra everywhere, as one soon discovers to his sorrow if he attempts to leave the plank walks. St. Michael Bay, lying between the island and the mainland on the east, is a fine body of water. The coastline is well defined, with ranges of mountains zigzagging their cold and snowy peaks, blue tinted or purple during the day and pink in the setting sun. St. Michael is the windiest place on earth. After a few days spent in studying the native dress of the Eskimos, and in trying to adapt my own dress to the freakish breezes, I concluded that if I stayed at St. Michael, I should dress as they did. If I started for the eating room, with my hat properly placed on hair arranged with ever so much care, a heavy beaver cape, and dress of walking length, I was completely demoralized in appearance 5 minutes later on reaching the mess house. With a twisting motion which was so sudden as to totally surprise me, my dress was wound around my feet, my cape was flung, as if by spiteful hands, entirely over my head, causing me to step in my confusion from the plank walk, while my hat was perched sideways anywhere above or on my shoulder. One unfortunate woman, wearing an overskirt covering a striped cambric sham, was seen daily struggling, with intense disgust on her face, up the steps of the eating house, with her unruly overskirt waving wildly in the wind. But this wind did not keep the Eskimo women and children at home. Dressed in their fur parkies, which are a sort of long blouse with hood attachment, short skirts, and mucklucks, or skin boots, they trotted down to the beach daily to fish, standing on the wet and slippery rocks, regardless of wind, spray, or snow. Here they flung their fish lines out into the water and hauled the little fish up dexterously, when, with a curious twitch, they disengaged the finny fellows and tossed them into a big pan. Little Eskimo children ran on in front of their mothers, and shaggy dogs followed close behind at the smell of the fish. End of A Woman Who Went to Alaska by May Kellogg Sullivan.